What it is, coming at you with another one. 50 Cent beefing with Big Meech over the concert that he got Rick Ross performing at. And plus, Tammy Cowins exposing him, saying that how he a snitch and use somebody else to do a third-party cooperation. What do y'all think about that? How y'all feel about this situation? Is 50 going too far? Is Big Meech unloyal to 50 Cent after 50 Cent show him and his son love? What y'all think? Let's get into it. Y'all make sure to like, comment, subscribe on Twitch, hit the follow button, and hit the notification button. Let's get it.
Interview, go ahead.
Another Friday night at the bar. Gymshark. We do gym.
With Splitero, I access thousands of dollars using equity already in my home. No new debt, no monthly.
They need to know who they're working with. You need to know who taught me and Meech last.
Okay, but at some point, you and Big Meech stopped talking.
Yeah, so we stopped talking. Me and Meech last time talking was 2017, right? So in 2017, we on the phone like normal, regular conversation one night. And then my homeboy that was with me, he was like, Tone Bird, he from BMF too. Tone was like, ask Big Homie, what's up with the movie with 50? Like, what's going on with he from New York? I had to use my New York accent. Yo, what's going on with the 50 Cent movie? So I'm like, oh, yo, Meech, what's up with the movie, with the TV show? Like, where y'all at with that? He like, oh man, it's almost done. The contract almost done. It's almost done. We're gonna be starting. They're gonna be, starting to cast it or whatever, right? He's like, I just gotta wait to holler at Tammy before, you know what I'm saying, I know where we at with that. And Tammy is a government informant. So when he said that, I was like, Tammy, what you mean, Tammy? Like, you ain't heard what's going on with her? And they were like, shit, nigga, I heard some shit, but whatever it is, that shit ain't got shit to do with me. And he was like, man, I'm gonna hit you back. I'm like, all right, that's the last time I ever talked to him. Next time I ain't even talked to him. Next time my cousin talked to him and said that he was trying to get on the phone with me while I'm getting into it with Lil Meech. Lil Meech came into one of the stores that I was working with, one of the exotic rental stores, to rent a car one time, and was talking shit, start talking crazy shit about me, nigga. And my son was in there working at the time, so I'm gonna have my son whoop his ass, trying to let the kids lock up. You know what I'm saying? I was mad as a... But, all this shit just ended up stemming from a whole nother situation that was surrounding me that was going on and shit. You want to pull up some paperwork? You want me to show you how to pull up some paperwork?
So you're talking about Tammy Cowins, right?
Yeah, Tammy Cowins.
Okay, now...
She's a co-producer of the BMF Stars TV show.
Okay, and you're saying that she's an informant?
Definitely, 100%.
Okay.
She's been an informant since 2009.
Okay, so I'm on the page right now.
Yeah, it's 32 pages or something.
I'm on the first page, and now it says, United States of America versus plaintiff, and it says Donnie Gatlin, Timothy.
Dion Gatlin. Shout out Cuff. That's my Cuff. Dion Gatlin. Yeah, he's one of the first defendants. Yeah.
Okay.
St. Louis Project. What's happening?
So can you kind of break down this paperwork for me and how she's involved in this? And where can I go to
Tammy Cowins is Big Meech personal assistant / business partner / whatever you want to call. You know what I'm saying? So basically she became the owner of Meech's, what Meech has as BMF Entertainment, his company from prison. His company, she became the owner of it in 2008. And in 2009, she became a government informant. In 2010, she did a case that was pertaining to a guy that Meech met in prison and one of Meech homeboys of 26 years.
Okay. Now, in this paperwork, it doesn't actually say her name.
Right, yeah. You will have to it don't say her name. It say her name on paper on the cover sheet, her actual name. But this is a case, so they're not gonna be saying the witnesses' names in the case. They're gonna call them CS1 or CSOI or something like that, confidential source or whatever. It's confidential, bro. It's not public. That, you know what I'm saying? The snitch on the case is not public. You feel me? Until maybe after the case and the people was put away in prison and they out of government hiding and all that shit, and then you get some paperwork and then you might see it. Outside of that, you got to be tapped in. You got to have that pacer. Got to be able to pull cover sheets and shit like that. But when people read the affidavit, it explains to you exactly who she is. And then when people follow or know, or once you get to understand the situation, then you'll get to see exactly who Tammy Cowins is.
Okay, I'm gonna read a little part of it real quick, man. It says CS1's relationship with Flannery, Suarez, and Gatling. When CSI became a DA informant, CSI was and had been a longtime associate of Demetrius Flannery.
What if I told you there is no such thing as no internet? This brand new portable Wi-Fi router provides more features.
Now, here's where it says CSI1 held Flannery's power of attorney and life rights with creative control. So
yeah, that means she's the person that got his life right. So she's the person that 50 Cent got the movie from, the TV show from. That's the only way to get it. You can't get it from Meech because he in prison, so he can't DBA. He can't do business from prison. He's in jail. So he has to sign his rights to do his life story or do whatever he gonna do in his name over to somebody else. And Tammy Cowins is the person that was appointed to do all of that business. And she's the one that got the deal with 50. That case that you pulled up with that red docket number, it's a cover sheet that goes to that page that tells you what's inside of that packet. And it tells you all of the people, it tells you the defendants, it gives everybody, it gives the whole, it's a cover sheet. And the cover sheet it says the name of the actual informant, and it tells you here and after in this affidavit, this person will be named CSOI or COI or CI, however they name it. They take the name off, so don't know who the snitch is. The reason this is how they found out who the girl was, bro. Who was telling? Cuff's baby mother. Okay, Cuff's daughter contacted me. How I figure out all this. Okay, she the one that first contacted me. Her mom, this lady is like 20 some years old, 30 maybe. Her mom put a private investigator on the people or whatever and found that the infidelity, the man recorded the people staying overnight with each other at hotels and all kind of shit from state to state. Okay, so they put them on the stand in court and they admitted the shit. It's all in that paperwork. They admitted that they had the sexual relationship and everything. So it was up the whole case. Now it's infidelity in the case. They can't take the bitch's statements and shit no more because she didn't f the agent. You feel me? So they threw it out. That's why Meech never got out. But now people are like, well, then why did the other dude still get time then? If Meech didn't get out and it got thrown out, why did the dude get 25 years? Because they did a superseding indictment and he got in trouble for something that they heard during the wiretap that didn't have nothing to do with that drug deal. So the other people didn't get in trouble for this. This is something that he did on his own time. And they locked up him and some other people for that, for a murder of a government witness that they heard it happen on his phone. So they just did a superseding indictment since they heard it and they was finna all get off. He felt like they wanted him anyway more than the Mexican mafia do. They were trying to pin him anyway. They wanted Cuff. That's how he feel. You feel me? So as soon as they had him, they like, oh yeah, we finna nail Cuff ass. And they got out on him. Right when that shit went bad for Meech and them and the shit was all going out of court. And if people realize, man, in 2018, it started going viral that Big Meech was finna come home from jail. All right. It was like March or May 24th or something like that, 2018. It was going viral right before Barack Obama came out of office. Some people were saying that Barack was finna give him a pardon. Some people were saying that, you know, he was getting out for other reasons, COVID and all of this shit. But then he never got out. And they just stopped saying it. It just went away from the internet. And during that time of that push of that, you know, for shit like that to go viral, it's got to get inserted to the bloodstream of the internet. It takes some powerful shit for that to happen. You just can't post something and it's just viral. You know what I'm saying? The shit don't really work like that. You know what I'm saying? So it was a powers that be behind that marketing campaign of him coming home, but he ended up not coming home. And then once you look at the paperwork and see how shit read, they don't get no leniency for the shit because the people didn't get convicted of the charge for the drugs and the money that was found during that investigation. So that's why he's still sitting there. And that's why people will argue all day like, oh, he ain't do shit, man. Why he still in jail then? If he worked with the people, he would have got out. And all this shit is you got to understand and read. That's why you got paperwork. You can't guess and assume. I didn't know none of this shit at one point in time until the young lady called me talking about Uncle Meech is a rat. And I'm like, what? Hold on, watch your motherfucking mouth. Like, what you talking about? You got to have some paperwork before you say shit like that. Shit, she got me that paperwork. And then when I read it, I still was looking like, man, this shit look like this lady said, Meech, let me wait, see if they charge him with something. A year go by, another year go by. The case was already years old. I got onto it in 2015. It went to 2017 when I asked him, what's up with that? He said, Tammy name. And I said, damn, you ain't heard what's going on with her? And he told me whatever it is ain't got shit to do with me. Got off the phone with me. That's the last time I ever talked to him again. So obviously he knew I knew. I told him I had the paperwork and shit. And I just wanted to make sure he knew what was going on because I wasn't even sure if he even knew, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like what was it? He had to, but I was still questioning because that's my man. Like I'm trying to ride with my man. You feel me? So I'm like, nah, man, hell nah. This shit, nah, she trying to smash him, bro. She trying to him up. Like, why is he in there even doing this dumbass shit, all this good shit he got going on? I couldn't even understand it. And it makes sense. I'm like, he's smarter than this. He know he got a whole TV show getting ready to be produced and he doing this. When you get the paperwork, man, that shit stemmed back to 2010. Before they even thought about doing a TV show with motherfucking 50 Cent, they was already tied in with the people. It was already going. You know what I'm saying? 50 Cent came into it. That shit was already, the investigation was already 2 years old. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it ended up how it is. You know what I'm saying? But people need to know. They need to know who they working with. You need to know who you calling a gangster, who you holding your pledge to. All that shit need to be known, bro.
What's up? This is Cam Capone. We got more content like this coming soon. So hit that like button, subscribe, and stay locked in to Cam Capone News.
Hey, let me let you in on a secret real quick. This stuff right here is something that you want to add into your repertoire because Blue Chew is my new go-to. All I'm going to say is this is something that you definitely want to add into your inventory. But just be ready. So look, go ahead.
That was looking bad for Meech.
Yo, what's the word, gang? Welcome to Fame with Clout, man. This shit
looking bad for Meech, y'all. Looking bad for Meech, man.
Like I told them, look, okay, first of all, let's start off right.
Who hit you in the head with a bottle?
Interview. Go ahead, Cuff, man. You can introduce yourself and take the flow.
Hello, what's up, man?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you know, a lot of people, man, is thinking that this thing is made up or this thing is fake or that I have an axe to grind. You feel me?
Right.
But I'm in here with a 27-year sentence based on Demetrius Flannery, as you all know as Big Meech, and Tammy Cowins, known in the paperwork as CS1.
Right.
Confidential source 1. So what Big Meech did was call a third-party cooperation. So Tammy Cowins signed up to be a DEA informant to give Demetrius Flannery a time cut, plain and simple.
Right. So
okay, so can you break down the story? Like, how do you know this? And how'd you come upon this information?
How do you know? How do you came upon this information though?
awarded what's called a Frank's hearing. It's based on a case called U.S. versus Frank. So I would implore your listeners to look the case up. And what a Frank's hearing entails is that you're able to cross-examine your accusers, meaning government agents, meaning informants, and so on and so forth, just like a regular trial. So this was testified in court.
Period. Point blank.
This was testified in court that I became a government informant to give Demetrius Flannery a time cut.
That's what was said on the stand, bro. The lady became a government informant to give Demetrius Flannery a time cut.
Damn it.
But I think people would ask a question of this though. This is what I got hit with a lot is, all right, then if he did it to get a time cut, then how come he still did all that time in jail?
Well, what they don't understand is that he never received the time cut because what came out was that she had an illicit sexual relationship with Special Agent Keith Cromer.
Special Agent Keith Cromer.
Handler. But her first DA handler was the guy, as you should know, Blue, who wrote the BMF indictment, Special Agent Jack Harvey.
Special Agent Jack Harvey is the person that locked us all up, who's also the person that locked up Terry White, which was her first case as a DEA agent. And then he retired. He retired after he got them 60 years.
Yeah, he retired, and then her handler became a brother by the name of Keith Cromer, Special Agent Keith Cromer, who was also fired behind this particular case. So Meech never received the time cut because unbeknownst to a lot of people, it's against the law to have a sexual relationship or any personal relationship with a government informant.
This how it happened. Somehow, some way, because I don't know how, she met Special Agent Jack Harvey. You could leave that up to question. How did Big Meech's personal assistant / the person that handles all this business / the person that owns BMF Entertainment to this day since 2008?
Special Agent Jack Harvey. She put her with Harvey.
So now she meets Special Agent Jack Harvey, and then she starts working for Special Agent Jack Harvey, but not for the Meech case. It was for a whole nother case first. It was for Terry White. But once that case went well, okay, and once that went past and Terry White got his 30 years, Special Agent Jack Harvey retired. But now she was ready to go do the case for Meech and help get Meech his time cut. So now when Meech came up, it was a new person that came on, and his name was what's his name again, big homie?
Special Agent Keith Cromer.
Special Agent Keith Cromer is the new special agent after Jack Harvey retired. Now he's her handler, and they engulfed in a personal relationship, sexual, or however they called it in the court. And through that relationship, it tainted the case, and it was dishonorable at that point. They had to throw that out. That's why Meech didn't get out. So now you pose the question of why is my big homie Cuff still in jail? And go ahead, Cuff. You can let them know why, how that happened.
From that conspiracy, they indicted me on 2 murder charges. Subsequently, I pled guilty to 2 gun charges in exchange for them dropping the murder charges.
Now, how did they, hold on, let me ask this for you.
How did they set you up?
Hold on, let me ask this for you right quick. How did they get you on something that was totally different from the case that Meech and them had you in a wiretap for?
Out of a totally different, nothing to do with the drug conspiracy, but they falsely accused it as being a part of the drug conspiracy. And then they brought about the gun charges as using the gun charges in furtherance of a drug trafficking crime.
This call is from a federal prison.
Okay, and did they hit you with a superseding indictment or just?
They superseded me.
So they came out of that case that y'all was in court for and hit you with a whole brand new case that had nothing to do with that at all.
Didn't have nothing to do. Yeah, it still had something to do with that. They still let the drug conspiracy stand between Tammy Cowins and myself.
Oh.
And she started. That's the only way that they can continue to have jurisdiction. They had to leave the drug charges there.
Oh, see, I thought that they said, all right, well, this case is over, but we
pick up murder charges or gun charges unless it's tied to something. If it's not tied to anything, then the government don't have jurisdiction. So a carjacking has to be tied to something. To have a gun charge of using a 924C, as I have, or 924J.
Oh, J.
You feel me? Discharging a firearm and furthers of a drug trafficking crime that results in death.
Right.
How did Meech have information on you and give it to Tammy, and how did all that come together where they were able to, put all that together?
How did Meech have information on you and give it to Tammy so you could get caught up in it? How did that happen? So that means you got to go back to the movie.
Okay, so let me take them back. So me and Tammy were working on the BMF movie. I originally had the script and paid for the script for the BMF movie, not the show that 50's doing on Stars. But I originally paid for the script for the BMF movie, so we were shopping the movie.
So Tammy was involved at that time, which is CS1.
Tammy Cowins, CS1, had all Meech life rights.
Right. And what year was that?
This all the way back in 2010.
Okay. So
we proved that there was a legitimate business.
Right.
Legal business.
Right.
So, so let's take it back. The original target was the guy by the name of Fidel Suarez. That was a Mexican cartel member out of California. He was the initial target.
Right. Fidel Suarez was the initial target out of Cali.
His name is in the paperwork.
Right.
Tammy was trying to get Suarez.
Oh, Meech and Tammy was trying to get Suarez.
Exactly. But when the government found out she was in contact with me, they switched the investigation toward me.
Bad work, my nigga. Bad work. It's just bad work.
Exactly.
Did she help set you up or anything like that?
What's called third-party cooperation, and that's what we've been preaching because that's the dirty little secret.
He just, all right, look, did she help set you up or anything like that?
Yeah, she set me up.
Bro, I broke all that down on our last interviews, bro. Listen, all right, let me explain to you what this lady did, man. She went to the police. All right, she went on a visit or something with Meech and got a play to run. Look, I need you to do this. I need you to do that. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. She left from up there talking to him and went to the police and said, look, I'm supposed to go do this and go do that and do this and do that. I told y'all we finna run the play. And they gave her the phones or whatever to hook up the wiretap. They gave her the hot phones to wiretap who she was talking to. And then she started communicating with everybody on this wiretap phone, bro.
Exactly.
That's how she did it.
With Jack Harvey. Meech put her with Special Agent Jack Harvey.
Where can people find this paperwork?
All right, look, this is where you can find the paperwork. Type in Tammy Cowins CS1.
YouTube.
On YouTube. No. On Safari. Not on YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
On Safari. I'm just sending to the actual docket. Nah, forget YouTube. Okay. I'm sending them to the docket. The docket is public information. If you type in Demetrius Flannery CS1, type in Demetrius Flannery CS1 it's in your Safari search, and it's going to pop up right at the top. A 35-page, 33-page docket with all the docket numbers and everything, so people can't be saying it's fake. For people that want to go to Pace or go wherever and pull it for real, you know what I'm saying, off the internet or from a government site or something, then they could do it because all the CR numbers and all of it is there. So look, when I just typed that in my phone, bro, because I don't want no mistakes about this. Hold on. When I just typed that in my phone, this is what it looked like in my phone, right? This is what it looked like in my phone. When I type it in my phone, this is what it looked like in my phone, right? And then I'm going to click on it. Boom. And when you click on it and enlarge it and click on the actual docket, this is what it looked like.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into an art form.
Okay.
So when you got that one with the red case number 414-CR-00088-RWS-SPM, you know you got the right docket number. And this right here is United States District Court against Dion Lamont Gatlin, Timothy Lamont Rush, Andre Alfonso Rush, and Lorenzo Ralph Gibbs. So them is the defendants, okay, right there. And all this shit should have been thrown out when the lady started. on the mother agent, but they still didn't kept my man, and that don't make no sense. I don't understand it. So that's how you pull it up right there. And no question. I did that last time, didn't I? On the last interview, or maybe we didn't put it up. But it should be no question of why anybody is saying, but what is it? I heard some people come back and say, oh yeah, but it just say she did all of it. She did it all.
Yeah, but see, that's when you got to tie the dots between Special Agent Jack Harvey.
Yeah, it's, I mean, not just Special Agent Jack Harvey, it's just her and me. She's the a co-executive producer of the BMF TV show. Of course he ain't gonna say nothing about it. They still in business to this day. She on the red carpet, they chopping their bag up right now. Me don't give a about. But guess what though? Let me tell you the coldest part about this, Cuff. But me being out here still on this internet and watching what's going on and talking and got these young kids and so many motherfuckers to be able to get opinions from. And this day and age, bro, don't nobody even give a no more. They don't care. Yeah, y'all don't care. Don't nobody care. I know that don't nobody care, so I don't want nobody to react no certain way. This ain't for that. This is just the same information that motherfuckers be trying to drop on all that this is for that crowd of people. So know what's going on with when he come home, and the real that's around understand what's going on. Fans gonna be fans, and we get that. I'm not trying to not know for having no fans or no fan base or nothing that hung up here probably call back.
What's up? This is Cam Capone. We got more content like this coming soon. So hit that like button, subscribe, and stay locked in to Cam Capone News.
Getting my first client made me feel like I actually knew what I was doing. When I was figuring out my LLC, I didn't have
All right, let's get this video started, because we got a lot to talk about. I told y'all in my last video when I to get low, but pause. People gonna be like, yo, like button, subscribe to the channel, like one up, y'all. All right, let me ask y'all a question. Say like a year later, Big Meech found out she was a government informant.
Yeah, there's this whole business beef around the TV show that
a lot of people sent me some messages on a legal tip. I was gonna leave it alone because I ain't really care, but then the more I thought,
although it appears that CS1 did not speak with Flannery in Louisiana on March 6th,
I don't know if you heard the story about Tammy Cowins.
I haven't.
Okay.
You can explain it.
I'm explaining the story. Tammy Cowins is now the executive producer of the BMF show, the BMF Star Show. She has Meech rights. I was doing this show, so when T was locked up, T asked me to call her. I blindly called her. And she just immediately went off on me. Like, what the hell? You know, I'm on probation. By this time, it's like 2014, 13, 14. And the next day after that conversation, I get called down to my probation officer. I'm looking at my young son because this has never happened to me. I've been on probation a couple of years now, like, what's going on? So I told my youngest son, when I called him, I said, hey, come over here. I got my probation officer called me. I got to go turn myself in. Not turn myself in. I said, I got to go see her. And he said, what's going on? I said, I don't know. She told me she's giving me an hour to get there. I get down to my probation officer, my son in the car. I said, if I don't come out in a couple of hours, call the lawyer. I get in there. Tammy Cowins is a government informant. So she says, so my probation officer is sitting there and some other guy. I can't remember his name, but I just knew he was part of the DEA. And he had that come in, I go in, I'm like, fuck, this is everybody's nightmare. I already did my time. Only thing I wanted to come home and do is take care of myself, take care of my family, make amends for my mother, redeem myself through, the world or anybody that I felt like I affected. So they told me, and he says, you know what that's about? And I said, no. He said, well, you threatened a government informant, and that's a federal offense. And it's a violation of your probation. And I said, well, who did I threaten? I don't know what you're talking about. So he go over the story, and I'm sitting there, and I'm telling you, I've heard of people killing themselves not to go back to prison. I went to prison, man. I went to prison. When I say I came home, and all these people were going at my head, all these people I helped, all these people, I'm a mother. I was somebody's daughter. I lost my father, lost my mother. I was somebody's daughter. And here you are. You didn't put in no work. No work. All you did is start writing a man. And this man befriended you, gave you his life rights. And just because you've been a government informant since 2008, you have the right to tell them that I threatened you. I went on, they told me that they were gonna arrest me. They were gonna charge me. I'm in there, I'm hyperventilating. I'm in this little room with, they shut the door. It's no knob on this side because if you wanted to run, you couldn't get out.
I mean, she was scared as shit. She ain't try to go back to prison.
They're talking to me. I'm had to, I'm like, I'm just like fear. Fear had set through my body. I couldn't I'm going to prison. This woman is finished to take my life away from me. Take my whole life. I did my time. Out of them 200 people, none of them said I'm on their paperwork. I did my time. I came home broke. I lost everything I had before I even went to prison, even before I met.
All right, boys, who we betting on?
The sports book for every kind of player. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
These two, Terry and his brother. So everything I had, everything I gained, I lost. It's okay because of my lifestyle. But who would give a person the right to tell another person to lock me back up because I came home to figure out another way to make money? This been hunting me for years. So eventually this stayed over my head for about a year. My father had stage 4 cancer. I thought I wasn't going. They told me I couldn't go home to visit him. Eventually, the case went away because they put it under investigation. She couldn't prove what I did, prove that I threatened her. And then after that, she has did interviews about me. Like her and Sauce was going at my head. For what reason? I don't even know y'all. Have done multiple interviews about me. Talking about who I am. Like, no, who are you? So I thought that when we were coming here, I know like Blue and they had this big thing on Instagram and going, that conversation was about her. Yes, she's a government informant. Yes, she's been a government informant since 2008. Yes, she tried to get me locked back up. But for my attorney and my probation officer, they didn't lock me back up. But can you imagine the fear that my son had, my mother had, and my dying father had? Because anytime you're in prison, you always think, I just want to make it home to my parents because my parents were older. Just want to make it home to my parents so I can make it right. But for somebody to take your freedom, because I vowed while I was sitting in prison that I vowed to be forgiving to anybody that I hurt, anybody that, got hurt in anything that I was doing. I vowed to give back. That's why I started Silent Heart, give back to the community, help the community. I vowed to help people who's locked up, for these unjust laws. I've helped people come home from prison. I helped 3 people come home from prison, working in prison reform. So when a person, just because you have that right, because you making money from the government, it ain't like me or like any other woman. I was in prison with 600 women at a time. I've heard multiple stories.
Damn.
I don't blame those women who got caught up and might have had to take the stand and tell and get a little time so they can run home to get to their kids. But when you have a woman that's like dirtball, piece of shit ass woman that sits there and make money from the government and say, oh, because I'm a government informant, I could take your fucking freedom away from you. Prison is like almost death. You can't go no farther down. It's prison, then it's dying, or it's dying and then prison. So when you do this kind of thing, you fuck up people's life. So when I had this show, here I go again, trying to help everybody around me. This happened. I had to walk away from that. I walked away from that. I had to walk away. My probation officer said, we're going to make a deal with you. We're going to investigate this, but you're going to have to walk away from anything that you got going on with them. So I walked away from, that was a way for me to take care of myself when I came home from prison. Struggle for years. Here it come before the BMF show come. Everybody going at my head. Tammy Cowins again started doing these interviews. I get a book deal. Here they come with this.
Excuse me, play you for those ultras? Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating.
Whole story again. What is this? What is this? Why is this woman? I want to know. I want you to put this piece in this because I really want to know. I want her to face me. I want her to face the world like when she put out these interviews for me. I want her to feel like she made me feel when I had to go back, almost go back to prison. I want to know, why did you do that? What could I didn't even know who she was. I used to look her up because when you're a government informant, you don't have no identity. You don't have a Facebook, you don't have an Instagram, you don't have LinkedIn, you don't have anything. And I was asking people, who is this person? Who is this person? When they did the BMF Stars premiere, I was on Instagram and I seen her for the first time. Nobody had to tell me. I looked at her and I knew it was her. All these people from BMF and everybody, they just all hugged up with this person. Do you know how that make me feel? Like, this is a government informant. I'm y'all 30-something year friend. I don't even have to be a friend. I should have been somebody you respect. You don't have to love me. You don't have to like me. But I don't know nobody that I will put in prison. Nobody. I don't even hate nobody that bad. And then you guys sit around and y'all argue with Blue about who he is or what he did to anybody else. And y'all upholding this piece of shit ass woman, holding her up like she's somebody. So people ought to know that when you going around certain people, you need to realize who you standing next to, who you're getting involved, because really the street code is that we don't do this. We don't do government informants. We don't do rats.
Most homeowners think they can access their home
That's crazy. I feel on that one though.
equity by getting another loan or selling their house, but there's a simpler way with Splitero. It's a game changer. With Splitero,
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, y'all. I got this paperwork. Let me see.
Big Meech is a big rat. Read this paperwork carefully.
Gotta see it. Go on my page. That's the full paperwork right there. Go on my channel. Full paperwork right there. Third party cooperation.
I don't know if you heard the story about Tammy Cowins.
I haven't.
Okay.
You can explain it.
I'm explaining the story. Tammy Cowins is now the executive producer of the BMF show, the BMF Star Show. She has Meech rights. I was doing this show, so when T was locked up, T asked me to call her. I blindly called her. And
Although it appears that CS
You got some knowledge that you want to share? We thought you did. Now let's help you turn that into cash. Introducing new content monetization tools.
Although it appears that CS1 did not speak with Flannery in Louisiana on March 6th, CSI1's hearing testimony suggests that when CS1 finally did speak with Flannery, he advised CS1 he didn't want his name caught up in this mess. The saga of who is Tammy Cowins continues. So I've been reviewing again in depth the 32-page document associated with what's called a Frank's hearing from Dion Cuffy Gatling. Frank's hearing is basically a motion to suppress wiretap evidence. So Tammy Cowins is a fascinating character. Maybe 50 Cent is going to make, well, he said he's going to make a documentary. She's a more interesting series than BMF. BMF is ultimately just some people selling drugs. We know that story, but people haven't seen, I mean, a story like Tammy Cowins isn't unique, but we haven't seen it in the public eye because it doesn't fit our standard narratives. It's not what we like to see, a simple cops and robbers tale, and some people root for the cops and some people root for the robbers if they feel, you know, the robbers are like Robin Hood. But Tammy Cowins' case is much more complex. So Tammy Cowins in 2009 calls the FBI or DEA and wants to start giving information. And it's against a guy named Terry White. Terry White is, I think he's still alive. Not sure. It'd be nice if he would chime in and do an interview. Terry White, if you're out there, I'd love to interview you. Terry Bernard White. In about 1987, 88, there's various newspaper articles and news stories in Atlanta about a little beef between the Miami boys and the Terry White boys. The Miami boys were loosely affiliated group of drug dealers from Miami, just guys from Miami that would come to Atlanta to sell crack at that time. And Terry White was one of the pre-existing guys in Atlanta that had a crew and had guys and, had set up shop in several of the projects and stood up to the Miami boys. And there was some shootouts, and one of Terry White's, someone alleged to be one of his workers got into a shootout with the guy from Miami, and there was an innocent bystander killed, and that's why it was new.
I wonder, was that Zopound? I think I heard Ali Zo talk about that, him getting into it with BMF, if I'm not mistaken.
Newsworthy and went to court, and his name came up in that. Now, he wasn't charged with anything because he didn't, it was just a guy selling dope for him who got into a shootout. I mean, Terry White didn't tell him to do it, but the name came out into the public eye. So I don't know if Terry White got in trouble back there in the late 80s, but in the around 09, so this is after BMF went away, he was doing a marijuana conspiracy, and he had some housing. Maybe he was doing. Okay, that's right. 08 is when the housing crisis struck. So Terry White, I think, was involved in maybe some mortgage stuff. He ended up getting a marijuana conviction, but Tammy Cowins was apparently maybe dating him, or he was one of different people he was dating. Now, according to, what was I watching? Pop-A-Lot. And then I think he was quoting Cuffy Gatling. There's been, I'm compiling what different people said, but I think Cuffy said he called around in Atlanta and got the scoop that she was messing with Terry White. She went over his house one day, he had another girl there, basically, I don't want to, don't be coming over here like you're my girlfriend. So she gets mad. She calls the DEA and turns him in. He ends up getting a money laundering and a drug case. And in the footnotes, let's see.
How to get paid to get smarter. Join eToro's Learn and Earn Challenge and earn cash. It's easy. Go to eToro.com.
This is fascinating. Oh, so she turns in Terry White, she gets $55,000. And the judge made a remark of how infrequent it, kind of unique to have a DEA confidential source that wasn't trying to get themselves or someone else out of trouble, that they were simply in it for the money. And she claimed she was upset that she had been involved in money laundering unwittingly, that Terry White had used drug proceeds to buy houses through her, because she, as you see here from this nice photo, she was a real estate agent. And in fact, it appears Tammy Cowins still buys and sells houses. This thing here says it shows an amount of money houses she's sold to us in the last couple of years. So like I said in the last story, for those who see this BMF show and think, well, everyone made millions of dollars, it's just a TV show on a smaller channel. I mean, it's a big deal to an extent, but it's not something that made, hundreds of millions of dollars. And most of the profit, of course, is being kept by the network. 50 Cent's getting a couple bucks. Tammy Cowins, who was an executive producer, has certainly probably got a little bit of money, but not enough to stop working. Oh, here we go. According to Agent Harvey, CS1 was the heart and soul of the Terry White case. Agent Harvey testified. Agent Harvey, Jack Harvey, is also who worked. He's the one who went and got Meech in Dallas, and he was like the head of the BMF case. Agent Harvey testified that CS1 was an unusual informant in that he or she had no criminal record, was not a known drug user, did not appear to be motivated by money, and was not looking to get a reduced prison sentence or dismissal of criminal charges. Rather, CS1 appeared to be motivated to make up for the fact that Terry White had used CS1 to unwittingly launder drug money. CS1 provided significant information during the investigation of the case, which was used in various search warrants. The investigation, which started in 2008, culminated with an arrest in 2009. White was convicted and sentenced in 2011. CS1 eventually received an award of approximately $55,000 for the Terry White case. So being a DEA, especially snitch, can be very lucrative. So she started doing other jobs in other cities. According to the testimony of Supervisor Keith Cromer, CS1 was paid on a monthly basis for providing actionable information. So she wasn't a DEA employee, but they had her on monthly payroll. And thanks to your boy Al Prophet's excellent research skills, I have found a photograph of Special Agent Keith Cromer. This is old school. This is the old school DEA agent who had the improper relationship with Miss Tammy Cowins, which led to the case involving Cuffy and Meech and her and Fidel Suarez to be dismissed. Now, according to Agent Cromer, information from CS1 that Fidel Suarez, a California-based Mexican national known to law enforcement to be a suspected distributor, and Gatling or Cuff were conspiring to engage in drug trafficking activity, which was the sort of actionable information for which CS1 might receive payment. Sometime after CS1 became a paid DEA informant in violation of DEA policy, CS1 and Agent Cromer developed an intimate personal relationship. Specifically, according to CS1 and Agent Cromer developed a relationship that started as a friendship and evolved into a sexual relationship that lasted through 2012. So this was going on. Meech was locked up in 2005. This was going on. This was years after that. Remember, Tammy was only introduced to him after he was locked up. She initially knew Blue Da Vinci. Go watch some of Blue Da Vinci's interviews. He talks about it. So Cromer denies it was sexual, but he and CS1 took trips together, and there were intimate photographs because the DEA did an investigation of Agent Cromer extracted from CS1's cell phone. And this photo of Cromer is from a screenshot from an old TV show in 2011 where this guy would go to different cities and investigate the criminal stuff going on in different cities. And I guess the DEA worked with him and assigned an agent, and they showed him some stuff. They let the guy run the training course. Anyways, this is Cromer. This is the agent that Tammy Cowins seduced and got into her web. So just to keep it on the legal part. So this is a document where Cuffy, Mr. Gatling, Dan Gatling, trying to get wiretap suppressed because his phone, due to what we're about to talk about with Fidel Suarez, his phone got tapped. And while this case got thrown out, it led to Cuffy being monitored, Mr. Gatling, and him being indicted in something else, which is what he's in jail for now, which is in and of itself has nothing to do with Meech, but because of Tammy Cowins, that's why his phone was put under wiretap, and that's why they got the information. Now, of course, despite the malfeasance of Cromer and with Tammy Cowins, it didn't get the wiretap suppressed. CS1 became a DEA informant. CS1 was and had been a friend and associate of Demetrius Flannery. CS1 held Flannery's power of attorney and life rights with creative control. So she was trying to work the deal. Both Agent Harvey and Agent Cromer were aware of CS1's relationship with Flannery. So here we are at the crux of the matter. Did Demetrius Flannery know what she was doing? I say not necessarily. Right? She says that he didn't, and I just don't think that he did. He was pretty early in his bid at that point. And listen, if Meech, here's the thing, if Meech wanted to set somebody up to get out of prison. First of all, he didn't get out of prison early, right? All his time cuts, match changes in the sentencing guidelines, and etc. So Meech did not get out early. He had a 2032 date. They knocked about 2 or 3 years off, and he still has 2 more years or 2.5 years, 2 years or something in the halfway house. Like or they knocked like 3 years off of his guidelines, and then 1 year for the drug program, and then he's 2 years in the halfway house, which is where he's at. So his time makes sense. Meech was when you're in federal prison, and given how many people Demetrius Flannery knew, it would have been relatively easy for him to set somebody up along the way. He didn't need Tammy Cowins. So I don't think he knew what she was doing. This is a woman. This is what she was into. She was into real estate, and she met people like Terry White and probably others. She was going to visit people, different guys in federal prison. She was trying to work different deals. I'm not clear. I think I guess she must have met Cuff. Did Blue introduce her to Cuffy as well? Now that's a question. Maybe Blue can chime in. I'm not because it's conflicting. She claims that she received a phone call from Suarez and separate phone call from Gatling, each of whom knew that she was sort of acting as Meech's conduit, because at this time Meech was he was early in his sentence. He was still in level 4s. He was getting in trouble because he was disruptive on yards because he was famous. They're putting him in the hole. He was getting caught with phones. She was one of the few people in, I guess, the most constant communication with him. And then those guys, felons, can't go visit somebody. They don't want to talk to him on the phone, so they're going to talk through.
Are you looking to start your digital marketing agency? You are in the right place. I'm Mike. I was running my digital agency.
Someone else. So she's talking to Fidel Suarez. Now, who was Fidel Suarez? Here's a document from 2005 where Fidel Suarez is being held in custody in Wayne County, Michigan, Eastern District. He owned trucking companies. There was several times when loads were caught, and he was put into custody in the Wayne County Jail. Detroit doesn't. Where the Wayne County Jail is used as the federal holding, and they might move you to Milan after a while. But between the Wayne County Jail and Milan, they hold federal inmates. Fidel Suarez and Meech met right after Meech was locked up, perhaps while his case was still going. So it looks like, per these documents, like a lot of guys, Meech kept trying to do stuff. He met a new plug right when he got locked up. And CS1, Tammy Cowins, was facilitating communications between Gatling and Suarez. It would certainly seem highly likely that that was at the behest of Demetrius Flannery. But again, there was no charges ever brought in this case because of the sexual relationship between Keith Cromer and Tammy Cowins. She's, I don't think any of this was accident. I think she's brilliant. She knew that once you compromise a federal agent and everything, she's getting paid. She had $55,000 in her pocket from the Terry White case. Mind you, she'd already done criminal things with Terry White and dated him, whatever, so she probably had gotten money from him, plus she got the $55,000. In September 2011, it was due to CS1's relationship with Flannery that CS1 first came in contact with both Fidel Suarez and Dion Gatling. It seems, how else would it be? September 2011, Flannery requests CS1's help coordinating delivery of a load of Coca-Cola to be controlled by Suarez, who at that point was already in contact with CS1. CS1 testified that she first met with Suarez by telephone when Suarez contacted CS1 to ask how Flannery was doing. So this is her. She's trying to run interference for Meech, saying it's not Meech, that these guys just called her and said, oh, how's Meech doing? Which is possible. Flannery confirmed that he and Suarez were friends and that they had met in the county jail. Although CS1 did not meet in Detroit. Although CS1 did not meet Suarez in person, he or she spoke with him by phone and text. Okay, additionally, Suarez sent CS1 a picture of himself. Asked CS1 if she knew someone who might want to buy some pills. And at this point, this is when Cromer is either on a three-way, the DE agent, or overhears it. How do you overhear something? What do you're laying in bed with her? As with Suarez, defendant Gatling first contacted CS1 to see how Flannery was doing in jail. Based on discussions with both Gatling and Flannery, CS1 understood that Gatling and Flannery were friends. At some point, Flannery asked CS1 to connect. And they're talking about the movie or TV show. However, at some point, Flannery asked CS1 to connect Gatling to Suarez. There's the drug conspiracy. Telephone toll records reflect Suarez and Gatling were in contact with each other, so they start talking to each other on their own in March of 2012 through August of 2012. At the evidentiary hearing, so there was a big hearing because there was going to be an indictment of Fidel Suarez, Dion Gatling, and Demetrius Flannery in prison in 2013 or 14. And this is when they determined it was all messed up because of the improprieties with Cromer. So there's all this documentation. The evidentiary hearing, CS1 denied that Flannery had any involvement in drug trafficking activities between Suarez and Gatling, and denied that CS1 ever informed DEA agents that Flannery was involved. So the DEA said that she told them Flannery was involved, and she, at the hearing, said, no, I never said that. However, this aspect of CS1's testimony is not credible for three reasons. CS1's testimony conflicts with the testimony of Agent Lang, the DEA St. Louis agent who interviewed CS1 about the events of August 5th, which we're getting to. Lang credibly testified that during his debrief of CS1 on August 6th, 2012, CS1 told him she had facilitated Gatling and Suarez's introduction at Flannery's request. And CS1's testimony that Meech did not know also conflicts with 2011 interview notes of DEA Atlanta investigator Smith, who introduced them into evidence, had made an affidavit regarding Flannery's involvement in suspected drug conspiracy. And finally, evidence presented at the hearing demonstrated CS1 faced actual and perceived threats when court filings in the case revealed CS1's identity. I was just watching MREC TV. Tanisa Wells is being interviewed, talking about her book and movie, and she talks about being called in by the DEA or the police or something in 2015. I guess that's when they were going to do the case. When she was out of prison, because she had to go to prison. That was Terry's common law wife, who was in the conspiracy. Her son did time. They told her, you're threatening Tammy. She says Tammy called her talking crazy. And again, I kind of probably believe Tanisa Wells. Why would she'd already done her time. Why would she be threatening her about Meech? I mean, I don't think Meech and Tanisha's concern would not have been Big Meech at that point, I don't think. But Tammy made it seem like Tanisha was threatening her, which caused Tanisha almost a problem as well.
Do you really want to spend the rest of your life watching ads? Guys, just download Pi. It's a free Google Chrome extension and it basically blocks ads for you.
CS1 panicked and took several measures to try to protect herself. Those measures included contacting. Okay, so when documents were filed and she knew that people were going to be able to look at this and figure out it was her, Cuffy was going to be able to figure out it was her, which he did, because he knew that was he knew. She panicked. These measures included contacting the undersigned magistrate judge whose chambers referred CS1 to the U.S. Attorney's Office and driving several hours to Louisiana soon after learning about the court filing to attempt to see Flannery to explain her position. So I think this is evidence that Meech did not know, because she immediately drove to, I think he was in Bloody Beaumont, USP, to do damage control with Meech. Meech did not know this was going on. Meech was at risk for a conspiracy. It sounds like him, Flores, Suarez, and Gatling. I mean, this is what the DEA was investigating. Davidson credibly testified that CS1 faced actual threats in the weeks and months after the filings in March 2015. When CS1 finally spoke to Flannery, he advised CS1 he didn't want his name caught up in this mess. So this is 2015. This is several years before the show. This is when everything was kind of seemed dead in the water, right? They had sold. Remember, someone paid some money, and Terrence Howard was supposed to play Meech, and then that died out. And that was at the point I thought, there'll be no big Meech thing. It's getting too old. And then 50, great marketer. I mean, it was like late 2017 he started. I got the show, and he didn't have the show approved. I know for a fact that he didn't then, but he created enough buzz. He proved to the network that there was demand for it, and they came through with the money. So, 50 Cent made that thing happen because it was dead in the water. So, CS1 to Tammy Cowins went and had to try to convince Meech. She didn't know, or try to do damage control. But, I mean, so Meech has known for sure since 2015 she was a Fed, or she was a paid DEA worker. And 50 Cent did as well. He did business with her, and these documents came out in 2015. Everybody knew this. Now, of course, once all that happened, it's kind of like, well, so what? What does that have to do with the TV show? Nothing. You still got to try to make some money and get the TV show going. I think the way this is written up, Meech, Guffey, and her and Suarez were trying to do a conspiracy. She was keeping that. See, snitches, informants, paid informants always do this. I'm telling on you, but me and some other guys are still selling drugs, and I'm not telling on that. This is, it's kind of a quid pro quo. Believe in fact, guys that have been out here for years selling, not everybody, but a lot of big percentage. That's how you stay out. You give them, you're in a city with a lot of stuff going on. You set up the people that are in the newspaper, or the people that are killing people. Or you sell weed over here, but you turn in people selling heroin and coke. Kind of par for the course. That's how you stay out. Not everybody, but a lot of people. Trust me. I remember I had a scared straight moment early in my yayo selling years. I was calling to get a couple zips, and my man was like, "Oh, I got to get an eighth anyways. Just put your money with mine." I hop in the car with him. We go to the infamous Number Streets on Buchanan somewhere, Buchanan and 30th or something in Detroit. This is in the mid-90s. It was very active over there. We whip up. He says, "Oh, there's my guy." He goes, he gets out. He's talking to the guy. The guy, they lean into each other's ear. He comes back to the car. Pull off. Go. And I'm like, what? He's like, this is a guy. My man is not a scary guy, as you can imagine. And I'm like, oh, what happened? Said the guy whispered in his ear, "I'm working with the feds. Stay away from me."
You feel me? We peel oranges.
They don't tell on everybody. They tell him. They may continue to sell drugs to make some money with some people. So Tammy was turning people in for money all around the country. Probably it's very easy. He's attractive, right? Very easy for her to meet drug dealers. Fellas, these girls are floating around. They meet you. You spend money on them. And then when they get sick of you, or you do something they don't like, or starting to get tight, or she just ready to move on, because these bitches are like tumbleweeds. They blow through the city streets, clinging on to nothing. and blowing around with the wind, they get a check for turning you in, and then they go find the next dope man of the week to do it again with. So what happened on August 5th, 2012? On Sunday, August 5th, 2012, at approximately 11 a.m., Suarez starts calling CS1 over and over and over. Text messages, 10, 12 different messages. Finally, she calls Cromer and tells him what's happening. She turns in the deal.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20.
So, yeah, that's what's confusing. Did Cromer overhear it, or did she turn in the deal? And did she just want money? Why would she turn in the deal if Meech was in it? She thought she could leave Meech out. I think this is where people think he was trying to use her as third-party cooperation. But why then would she have felt the need to go see him in prison to try to ameliorate, like he didn't know she was working with the feds? I think she was just doing so much shady stuff. She couldn't juggle it all properly. CS1 attempted to reach Gatling around 2:24 on August 5th, 2012. This is when they got Gatling's phone number, and then they ended up getting a tap on it, which came back to haunt them in another place. Suarez sent CS1 a text asking if Gatling had answered. She replied, "He's trying to call you now. You're not picking up." He gave him a new phone number. He spoke with Suarez. CS1 credibly testified that when she spoke with Suarez on August 5th, Suarez was upset or frustrated because he had been trying to reach Gatling without success. He's trying to deliver a shipment of narcotics to Gatling, expressed a sense of urgency. Gatling's playing games. I got a fucking truck up there. At the evidentiary hearing, CS1 testified that contrary to statements in affidavit, Agent Cromer was physically present with CS1 in CS1's home during calls with Suarez and Gatling. Agent Cromer overheard the calls. I think they tried to say, Cromer and her, that she called Cromer and said, "Oh, they're doing a deal. There's a load in." But really, Cromer was with her, and she was just fielding phone calls. It was her own conspiracy. Her and Meech and Gatling and Suarez were doing a deal on their own. And it got caught up by the feds because Cromer was around her. And Cromer might have been shady in the sense he was doing whatever he was doing with her, but he wasn't going to let a drug conspiracy slide. I mean, that'd get him put in prison, not just fired. Agent Cromer participated in a three-way call with CS1 and Gatling. Agent Cromer testified that he overheard the conversations about CS1 and Suarez about the truck. So, there you go. Because DEA St. Louis was already very familiar with the name Cuff. Oh, that's all they heard, Cuff, Cuff, Cuff. She wasn't telling them. She didn't say, "Oh, it's Dion Gatling doing a drug deal, and here's the info." Cromer overheard Cuff, and they pieced it together. So they were all backstabbing each other. I mean, Cromer might have been doing stuff with it, but he still was making his case. And she was, her and Suarez and Gatling and Meech that were doing a deal, and it got overheard by the DEA agent, and that's what broke it. That's what I take out of this. I don't think Meech is guilty of of setting anyone up, but now this is 12 years ago. Statute of limitations is over on me, and this is all a public document. This isn't anything they don't know, but there you go. And Fidel Suarez has no record of he didn't catch a case for this. He's not in custody. He beat his cases. He seems suspicious as well. And Cuffy ended up getting caught on that wiretap phone doing allegedly some other stuff, which he's in prison for now. So there's the paperwork. I think Suarez, Gatling, and Tammy and Meech were conspiring to do a deal. And because she had that DEA agent old school up under her, he overheard it. So I think Meech is innocent of being a snitch or informant or third party cooperation. He didn't know that was happening. Tammy's a Shakespearean character. She was playing eight different sides, and it backfired, but not for her. And she's still selling houses in Atlanta, apparently. And she's getting her little couple bucks. I don't think she's going to be able to have a career much in the doing any more production work. I doubt, unless they do a show about her. Meech and her should just do a show about this. This will really scare you straight about being in this world. If you really knew what went on with informants and the DEA and all this stuff. So there you go. You make the decision. You heard it. She rushed to the prison to try to explain what was going on to Meech. If he knew what she was, why would she have had to go explain it to him? Right? So there you go. Now, Profit American Dope. That's who Tammy Cowins is.
So I was dating this guy, Chris, for years. I wanted to buy a house. Chris didn't. Then I realized I don't need to be with someone.
All right, here we go. We have Tanisa Welch, aka the First Lady of BMF. Welcome to Vlad TV.
Welcome. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
How are you?
Absolutely. Well, you have a very incredible story, to say the least. But this is our first time talking, so I want to start in the very beginning.
Okay.
So you were born in Detroit.
Yes. Born and raised on the west side of Detroit. Mm-hmm.
The west side. Okay. And at the time, the west side was more kind of like middle class?
Yes. I was born into a middle class family, lived with my three brothers, my mom, and my stepdad.
Okay. And where was your real dad at the time?
My real dad was on the east side.
Oh, so he was around.
Yeah, he was around. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did you have a relationship with your real dad?
Not until I knew my dad, but I didn't have a real relationship with him until I got a little older, until I got, I was an adult, and we bonded from there.
Okay. So you're growing up in Detroit, and at the time, that's when the car companies were pretty much running the city.
Both of my parents worked at the car company. I was raised with three brothers. My two oldest brothers worked there. I thought I was going to work there, but they're like, nah, you ain't working here. But that was just, the life that I was born in. Most of my family were working at the auto industry, Yeah.
Okay. So you're growing up in this stable household. Everyone's working. Everyone's got good, stable jobs. But then when you started to go out and see some of the more flashy parts of the city, that made you want it at a very early age, right?
Right. Like 19, I went to a party on the east side, and that changed my whole life. Yeah, the east side.
Okay. But at 19, you also got pregnant.
I was pregnant, and I think my son was no more than about 6 months old. And I went to a party, like I said, downtown on the east side of Detroit. And just that whole experience turned my life around. It's like I went in one door and came out and was a different person. Yeah, just the whole excitement, huh?
And that was the Rooster Tail Club?
That was the Rooster Tail, yes. And it was one of the hottest spots, and at that time, especially for people on the east side.
Okay, so here you are, 19 years old, still a teenager. You have a child.
Yes.
You and the child's father ended up breaking up, right?
Well, we stayed together I'm sorry, you're right. My child's father, he was my high school sweetheart. Yeah, we broke up.
Okay, so now you're on your own, single mom. You start to, party in Detroit, and then you meet this drug dealer named Harold.
Yes.
Okay, now at the time, so if we're talking about, this was 1980. So when you look at, like, for example, the 70s in Detroit, did you see the drugs and the heroin and everything around, or were you kind of sheltered from it all?
I was sheltered from that. So no, I didn't see it. I didn't grow up, seeing it in my neighborhood. It wasn't in my household. So it was all something new for me. Yeah.
Okay. So you go and meet Harold, and this is not like anyone that's really been around you before.
Nope. Totally different. It was like everybody was different. They were in there dressed to the nines. They were partying. Then they had champagne. It was just like everything was beautiful to me. Even if you go to the Rooster Tail, they still have the same decor. It looks the same. I mean, everything was, it's a little updated, but the walls, the staircase, they refurbished everything that looked the same. And so I went back there, I think, last year, and it just brought all back the memories of where I was standing, where I seen him at, the whole ballroom experience. It just brought, back all those memories.
Okay, so you meet Harold, and he was a drug dealer, but not like a major drug dealer.
No, he wasn't a major.
At the time. Yeah. Okay, and at the time it was heroin, right?
It was heroin, but he was hanging with, higher level drug dealers. So he was just like, a little underlord. But he was, yeah.
Okay. And I mean, when you talk about heroin, that's really one of the most dangerous drugs out there. I mean, the junkies who need a fix, will do anything. They'll kill anybody. They'll steal from anybody, their own parents, whatever, just to not get sick. I mean, I've just heard absolute horror stories when it comes to heroin. So suddenly you're thrown to this world with a heroin dealer, and how crazy does it get in the beginning?
And in the beginning, it was exciting to me. I had no fear. When I think back on those days, I think, like, what was I really thinking? Why didn't I have fear? I didn't grow up in that lifestyle, but just seeing it, I wanted to really just know about it. I wanted to, like, how do you do this, and how much, you make off this. And he was just showing me the ropes, and I just wanted to be involved. It didn't scare me. No fear at all. It's just like, and even now I think about it, selling it and getting it ready for the people in the mornings. I'm like, how did I do that? How did I do that to this community? I just think being so young and, fearless and, just the ignorance, didn't know, didn't even feel like, oh, you hurting these people. I just wanted to be involved in the greed and excitement. I wanted to be like those people, those were the people that I started to look up to, the people that were selling, the drug dealers. Yeah.
Okay. But then it moved from heroin to cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
And cocaine was more like, at the time, more like the fly drug, like the rich man's high. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys started moving that in the West Side, which is the more...
No, we started that on the East Side. He started that too on the East Side. He was doing both. And then what happened, how we got to the West Side, I was telling him, I think we can make more money on the West Side, because in my head, I thought it was more people that were using the drugs and had more money. So if we took it over there, that we can make more money, So that's how that happened. But it started on the east side. It started with just, you know, a small quantity. It was like, okay, let's do this, you know. And I'm like always so down. Like, yeah, let's do it. You know, and I'm always thinking like I can do it better, you know, or I can, you know, I can help you. I can be like your partner, you know, let me help. Let me just, you know, I just always wanted, for some reason, that life kind of excited me. You know, that money, the fast lifestyle. I wanted that microwave life. And I seen it when I went to the Rooster Tail, like, I want that coat. I want that ring. I want that watch. And I want a rat in that car, you know. So it was exciting. And I knew by talking to him and seeing that the crowd he was with, that the way to get it is the more, you know, you got to get the quantity and sell it. And the faster you sell it, the more money you were making, the turnover. So I said, hey, let's go to the east side. I mean, let's go to the west side. I was familiar with the west side because that's where I was from.
Okay, so you guys started making better money. I mean, you started out making about $1,000 a week, and then you guys got to about $15,000 a week.
Yeah, it was growing.
So the money started coming, but with the success, the relationship at home started to go downhill, and Harold started to actually beat you a lot.
Mm-hmm. It became a very abusive relationship. And that was something I had never seen or experienced either. So it was all new to me. I don't, you know, people ask me, well, why'd you stay? Why? I still today can't answer that, you know. And even I ask other survivors, you know, we all have the same story, like, oh, you know, thinking it'll change, thinking that you love this person, thinking you hate this, you know, help this person, or you thinking it's your fault. There's so many things that I can think, but I just stayed, and I stayed in that life.
Well, the beatings continued until at one point you actually kicked him out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And you thought that was the end of it, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
So what happened next?
I guess you're talking about the time that I said, okay, this is going to be my last ass whooping. I knew it, you know, he'd be gone for a couple of days, but then I said, when he come back, you know, he's going to be, you know, he's going to be angry, or something's going to be wrong. So I prepared myself. You know, I said, okay, today it's not going to whoop on me. I'm going to kill him. I really felt like I'm going to kill him today. I put my kids to sleep, and
All right, boys, who we betting on?
The sports book for every kind of player. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
You know, I got the knife, had already planned it, was laying there waiting on him to come. And as soon as he came in, he started. And that's when I just jumped up and stabbed him.
Where exactly did you stab him?
I tried to stab him in the chest. I knew where I was going to stab him. But what I learned later afterwards, after he went to the hospital, I went to jail. I stabbed him somewhere up in the upper arm. I missed that part, which was good for me, because probably at that time, I don't think the law was in place where, you know, they had you know, if a man beat you, the spousal abuse law. That wasn't in place, so I probably would have still been in prison for the rest of my life. So I guess it was a good thing. I mean, I did protect myself at that point, but, you know, he survived.
Right. He survived. You get locked up. But he ends up not pressing charges.
Right. And at that time, it was up to the person. Now the states take over. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't press charges. You get out of jail. He gets out of the hospital, and then you guys get back together again.
Toxic, right?
Yeah.
Now we know all about what toxic is. You know, then you didn't know. Just feeling like, okay. But I thought it was scared him enough that he wouldn't do it again. But he didn't do it again for a while. You know, he was, you know, tiptoeing around before a while.
Well, yeah. I mean, you stabbed him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I would tiptoe also.
Yeah.
I would be sleeping with one eye open, I'm sure.
Yeah. And then he ran and I chased him. I'm like, oh, you didn't die, right? So, yeah.
Okay, so you guys end up staying together, and then the drug business starts to expand.
Yeah.
And then by 1984, you guys end up getting a connect in Texas with the actual one of the Mexican cartels.
Mm-hmm.
Was crack around during this time?
Yeah, crack was around. But we grew, crack was whack. It was like we didn't want. You found as you grew in the lifestyle, you always wanted to elevate. So it was no more going into the crack houses or delivering in the crack houses, or he's staying in them or we staying in them. It was once you got the connect, you start getting our level went up, and we started getting the kilos. So yeah.
Right, but at the lower levels,
But we
crack
had.
is
But
being sold.
let me back you up. We first had the connect in Chicago. We got the connect in Chicago first, and then Texas.
Okay, got it. But what I was going to say is, though, even though you guys were moving weight, with cocaine, crack was hitting Detroit,
Right.
and the effect of it was massive. It wasn't like cocaine or even heroin, for that matter,
right?
Because suddenly, everyone's fiending for it. There's a lot more money. You could chop stuff up, and mix it with a baking soda, and then the violence, and the terror started to really increase. I mean, you were somewhat separated from it, but did you actually see all this happening?
You separated from it. When you get to a level, you have lower end drug dealers buying it from you. So it's kind of separated from it. But when I look back at it and going to prison and seeing and hearing the stories and realizing it, yeah, I mean, I guess you try to kind of turn a blind eye on it. That's not your concern. Your concern is, I'm trying to sell these kilos or this drugs to get more money. That was the psychic in our heads at that time. That was the foolishness. That was, the craziness. Just, hey, let's just get it, sell it, make more money. We can buy more things. We can do this, that at that time, we didn't even understand it. We thought that was the life. That was our life. That was just our lifestyle. To me, we mustn't know any better, that we could have did something else,
Right. Because I mean, with this Mexican connect, you guys were getting like 50 kilos every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Which is,
it's a lot
that's
of
like
money.
$1 million, essentially.
Yeah, we were making a lot of money. Well, you know what? When I think about it, he was making a lot of money. I was just it's like, well, where's my money? I always think about that's a joke to me. Like, I'm like, it's half mine, but I was letting him pay me. Like, no, I was just doing just as much work too, at sometimes, at some points.
Okay. And the money started coming in. You guys started buying mansions, started buying Mercedes, boats.
Well, what Harold, let me back up. We wasn't buying mansions. We did buy a home, but then we did buy the cars. The typical, I don't like to say it, but just the typical crazy, ignorant shit. Like, we gonna have this house. We gonna have these big ass cars in the driveway. Like, it's just like, oh my God, what were you thinking? Yeah. But we did have the cars, we always had the updated cars. We always had the updated furs, the jewelry, whatever was in style at that time. We were wearing at that time like $9,000 boots and, with $5,000 shoes and, getting our outfits and leather outfits made, custom made. Harold was a real nice dresser. So everything had to be, either custom or expensive. He had very expensive taste when it came to, how he dressed and what he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you guys are building up this business.
Mm-hmm.
You and Harold have a baby.
Yes.
And the business is continuing to expand and so forth. And then I guess it was Harold's idea to bring in a couple guys to help out. And that was Big Meech and Southwest T. Okay. Did you know about these guys beforehand?
No. He just had called me. I think I'm not mistaken. Maybe he told me the night before, and let me know that I was going to be meeting them. And we always meet on Coyle Street. That was the street I grew up on. So it's the famous Coyle Street. We did everything on that street. So they came over there and met us. I met them then.
Okay. And Big Meech and Southwest T would later on form BMF. But at the time, were they the 50 Boys?
I don't know what they were at the time. I really don't. The 50 Boys is, I don't know if I forgot about it, if Thierry ever told me about it. That was something that I didn't know about. I knew that they were, I didn't even know what level they were on. I knew that they just sold, they were selling crack. I did know that, but I don't know, like how much money they were making or anything like that. I just know that we needed help. He needed more help. So he was, at that time, I guess you would call it, let's recruit some more people. And by me having my younger son, a lot of times I couldn't move the way I wanted to move anymore.
Right. And, the two of them had already been in a lot of drama. T had his eye shot out by that time, over an incident with a girl, I believe.
Yeah.
Meech had gotten shot as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that was before or after, but around the same time.
I guess a little bit before, and I heard it was about a girl. I think it was Meech's girlfriend or something like that.
Yeah.
Meech baby mom. Yeah.
Exactly. So these guys kind of had a lot of heat on them, but they were, still in the game and still trying to expand. And, you're actually 9 years older than Southwest T.
Yes.
But I guess the two of you sort of hit it off in the beginning.
Yes. But not in a relationship. No, he was just became a person that I was going through so much. And, and Hero had kind of put him to be around me. To kind of, stick around me to watch what was going on. Cause I was in and, still doing a few things. And by that we became friends. So I confided in him a lot, of what was going on. I'm thinking in my head that people didn't know or didn't see it or didn't understand it. So he was somebody that I confided in, that I trusted. Yeah, and that's how that happened. But we didn't start a relationship until years later.
Yeah. But he did say, in the Trap Queens episode that it was love at first sight.
Yeah, he told me like soon as I jumped out the car, like whoop, 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 jumped out, and he seen me and he told me that later that it was love at first sight. He said that he was.
Most homeowners think they can access their home equity by getting another loan or selling their house, but there's a simpler way with Splitero. It's a game changer. With Splitero, I access thousands of dollars using equity already in my home.
He was going to get me. And I guess it was like, like the prosecutor put it in when I was going to my trial. She was making it like the Scarface story. You remember how Esmeralda and then Scarface was looking at her and then it was the older boss. She looked at that story like that. And I guess I can kind of see the similarities. Yeah.
Now, was Sosa around during this time at all or no?
When I met Sosa, I think Sosa was like in college. I don't think he had a car. I think he was living with his parents or his mother or something like that and his sister. I don't remember Sosa like that. I've come to find out later on, he was always, they would go up to college and hang out. He was just a college boy. And sometime later in the years, he became the driver, like in the 2000s. But all through the 90s, I don't remember him at all. I don't remember him even being in a lifestyle. I don't remember him as being a player to even be at a level that I was at,
Yeah. Well, okay. So, the BMF guys are now kind of rolling with you.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but you guys have the connect. You guys have the plug with the cartel, but then your cartel plug gets knocked.
Harold and the cartel gets knocked. Yeah.
Okay. So then you guys go and meet up with the replacement for the guy that the cartel sent for you to now buy drugs from. And
Yeah,
that
that's
goes
when
way
I
back.
got knocked. Yeah, that's when Harold got knocked in. So 80, like in 90, and he went to prison.
90.
And he went to prison in 91.
Right. So I guess the new guy that the cartel sent for you guys to link up with was actually working with the feds at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he set up you guys to get busted. So then when Harold went and made the phone call to talk about the drug deal, next thing you know, your house gets raided, the stash houses get raided, and it all goes to hell.
Yeah. And I was telling him, like, don't fuck them. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because I felt it, even like when we had met them in Texas, and I told them, what I felt. Even leaving Texas, we didn't leave together. We left out he drove to, I think we were in Dallas or something like that. We drove to different airports. I got stopped in the airport, so I knew it was going down. And about time we got home, he made it home. I guess he thought, well, we made it home. But I still felt it, like, that was something wasn't right. If you get that shipment, we're going to be fucked up. And I'm sorry if I sorry.
No, go ahead.
We're gonna be fucked. And I'm sitting there telling him, like, don't call. And he was like, but they keep calling. I'm like, don't call them. I'm telling you, don't call back. And I guess that was the call to make sure, because at some point we must have lost him. And when he got home, he was still running around. They called to make sure where he was at. So when he called, like that morning, it all went down. And I was like, told you, don't call.
Okay. He was arrested and charged.
Mm-hmm.
You were not arrested.
No.
And he ends up getting 7 years in prison.
Right.
In the process of him starting his sentence, I guess your lawyer said that you guys should get married. I guess in terms of like legally and so forth, it made more sense at the time. So I guess, was that to prevent you from taking the stand against them and stuff like that, or?
Well, he wasn't going to take it to trial. He was going to do a plea, but what it thought made him look more stable. That he was this family man, he had his wife and he had his kids, and this is what they thought that would, because I said my little bit in the court, wrote my little letter. He said what he had to say. And I wasn't really fearful of any of that, because Harold always said that if anything went down, he was going to take it. I need to be at home with the kids. He was going to take it.
Which he did.
He did. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he could have dragged you into the whole thing.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he starts his bid, and you're now broke. You only have like 20,000 to your name.
Yeah, because he took all our money that they didn't get and put it up for himself. And that's what I be thinking, like, why I only had $20,000? I was out there working my ass off too. But yeah, that's what it was. And I was on my own. I knew what to do anyway. I was always doing it. And so, yeah. And then I ended up meeting my own people. And it took off from there,
Okay. So you go and get your own plug. You go back to drug dealing, and then you and Southwest T started to get kind of close at that point?
Yeah. Yeah. I was, he was coming back and forth in my life, and like, really just like, I really trusted him. He had my back, I was telling him basically, this is what I'm doing. This is how I'm doing it. Just always there, always being supportive, like my friend, he's my homie. It was just like like one of my best friends, basically. It wasn't nothing involved at first. Me and Terry didn't have our first kiss, I think, until like 95, something like that. So yeah, we hung out, like literally hung out daily. Even went out of town together, did lots of things. But just being there.
Okay, so you go back into drug dealing and you start making money. You got your own plugs, and you actually gave T a loan for him to start his own thing, and gave him some plugs and so forth. And they started to actually do well. They paid you back the money, and he actually started to blow up based on your connections and your money, right?
Right. Well, I didn't loan the money. What I did is I had a connection, and my connect would always front me, or whatever I was doing. I had two, and I was like that person that they would just give it to me, and I would just do things for them, like actually I would. Do some crazy, just, yeah. And that's how I went. Basically, I didn't give him the money. I said, look, I'm going to help you. He was one day, it was just like, I couldn't, just having such a hard time. And here I am, like, I'm balling out of control. I'm like, you my friend, I can't see my friend like this. And he was like, no, it's going to be okay. I'm like, nah, dog, I got you. What do you need? So I talked to my people. Hey, this is what we gonna do. But see, that was on my name. That was on my name. So when you say you got to pay that back, you have to pay that back, because it was a big amount each time, until he got stable enough. So you have to, that's why I was saying about my name. I like to keep my name good. And that's how it happened. And from there, it was just like, turning back, and it just blew up, like it was like overnight. Even though it wasn't overnight, it felt like overnight. Like you look, your head turn around and you're like, whoo, just major. He was moving lots of drugs.
Right. And this is around 1994, right?
94, 95, yeah.
Okay. And was BMF a name at that point or no?
No.
Okay. It was just Terry and Meech.
Terry and Tony. Terry and Tony. Terry and Tony. Let me clear the record. Terry and Tony. Yeah. I mean, he took it wherever he took it. Like I said, I don't care where he took it, but everybody kind of ate off of it. Like I always say, people always say, oh, I want to clear the narrative. I don't want people thinking that he came in and I just came along for the ride. I was already stable. I already had my home. I knew what I wanted out of life. I had already said, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to make happen for me. And even when he was my friend, we were always talk about what we was going to do with our millions. When we get this million, what we're going to do. This is how far ahead we were thinking, me and him at that time. And so when I gave it to him, I guess he took it back to his brother and everybody else. But when they said, well, you didn't give it to me, I don't care who I gave it to. If I walked in the house.
Hey, you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial?
Since when?
You gotta wait till it's done. Oh,
5.
In the house, and I brought a bucket of chicken and all y'all ate it, you got it from me.
Right. Okay. And was that around the time they got the El Chapo Connect?
Did they got it?
Yeah.
No, I think that came later on.
That came later on. Okay, got it. All right. I'm just trying to set up the timeline.
I get
okay.
it.
Okay. So then by 98, you and Southwest T are now a couple. You guys are romantic and so forth. You ended up divorcing Harold while he was still in prison, right?
Well, I was trying to divorce him while he was still in prison.
I was trying to divorce him. Okay. Yeah. And Southwest T ended up moving to LA. Harold gets out of prison, and then that's when the craziness happened.
Right.
Describe the whole car situation.
I had flew back to Detroit. I was going back and forth to LA. I flew back to Detroit, and a friend asked me to go out. I only told a couple of people that, when I came back and forth, I felt it. I was like trying to avoid him. I still had the kid by him. And she asked me to go out with her. And I said, okay, I'll go out, but don't tell nobody I'm here. Don't tell nobody I'm in Detroit. But to find out that was all a setup. He had got romantically involved with her. You know, she was telling him everything that I was doing because I was confiding in her. And she knew. So when she asked me to go out with her, I decided, okay, I'm gonna come back to Detroit. I'm gonna hang out with you. I got in front of the bar and something told me, don't go in. My spirit, I don't know what it was, God, definitely God, don't go in. So I didn't go in. I turned around and I started heading home. Evidently, he was behind me or he knew that I wasn't coming in. I guess she told him, oh, she's not coming. Yeah, I called her, I'm not coming in. She might have called him, said she's not coming in. And he beat me back to my house. I was heading back to my house. So as I was turning on my street, I guess he knew my car. Well, he knew my car. He knew the headlights. And all I remember was something coming. It was no way to even, I guess I went shocked to see this truck plowing dead into me. And what I remember next is him being in the car. I couldn't even remember, like, well, how did, later on when you think about, well, how did he get in the car? Because the door should have been locked. I don't know if it hit so hard, the door janked up. I'm not for sure. But I remember him hit me and then I was out. Afterwards, ended up in the hospital, banged up really bad, like really bad. At that time, he said that he was going to take my life, but something told him not to do it. God again.
Right. Because he had a gun, right? He pulled a gun on you?
Yeah. I didn't realize it
accident?
at the time, but I knew something was hitting me. I knew something. I knew it just wasn't his fist, because I'm trying to protect myself, but my arm was broke. So it wasn't much I could do. And I didn't realize my arm was broke, but I couldn't even really focus enough to see what was going on. I was hit that hard. And later on, that's when he, we talked about it years later, and he told me it was the gun. He told me the whole story of how I got set up, told me this whole story, what he was going to do. And something said, don't. But he said, somebody yelled and said, don't do it. But he said it was nobody around. The street was just dark and empty. So he don't know where that voice came from. I always say it was this God saying, no, don't do it. It's not our time. Don't do it.
Okay. Is Harold still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. And we talked about it probably about a couple of years ago. We talked about it a couple of years ago, and then we talked about it since I did Trap Queens. And he wanted me to tell the story. He said that he was tired. He felt that he knew how wrong he was. And he understood what was going on in his life. He grew up into that, and he was angry. And he's told me that I didn't deserve that, and that I need to tell my story to help other young women. No woman should go through what he put me through. He was very apologetic. I had never heard an apology like that, and he was just like, that I was something he didn't understand it because I was somebody he really loved. And he couldn't understand why he did that or why he was so angry all the time at me. And then he said he told me it wasn't me, it was him. And that before he left this earth, he just wanted to tell me that, and he wanted me to share the story and make sure that I shared with young women that what could happen.
Okay. So you end up surviving that. By 2000, you end up divorcing Harold finally.
Finally.
And then you left Detroit and you moved to LA, where Southwest T was already set up. And at that point, was BMF a thing?
I think BMF came a thing probably like 2001 or 2. That was 2000.
So close to that time.
Yeah, it was in that pocket of area. Yeah.
Okay. And you became sort of entrenched into the whole BMF thing since you and Terry were extremely close. So at one point, right around 2001, it seemed like Southwest T and Big Meech had a falling out.
They didn't have that. I don't know why that timetable is like that. They didn't fall out until probably 2000. Well, we got indicted in 3 and 5 to about 2003. Everything was, I mean, they were, they still were, Meech was in Atlanta, T was in LA, but everything was, they were still connected, and I know it was around 2003 because my brother got killed around that time. My brother got killed in 2003. And that's when all the drama and everything started happening. And so I was trying to keep them together, because I knew they were like a yin and a yang and they needed each other. And by that, all this drama, people pull at you. People divide and conquer. People was in his ear, people was in his ear. And so I'm steady trying to keep them together because I've been to this rodeo a bunch of times. I'm older. I feel the energy. I know what's going on. I'm watching these people. I'm watching the room. And I told Tia, if y'all don't come back together, we're going to go to prison. You got to come back together. And I push that all the time. And like I said, I lost my brother. And I always would tell him, like, you would never know missing somebody like that until they're gone. Me and my brother were best friends. We did everything together. Like, so when I got that loss, it was devastating. So I knew the feeling and I knew how much they loved each other. So I was always trying to pull them back together, but it's always people pulling them apart, because people, they felt like if they kept them apart, they could get more. They could, stand closer and become, like maybe the next in line. And it was just, and by them not being apart, you can't really see what's going on no more. It was too many people involved and too many people in their ears.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I understand from, things I read and people I talked to, there was somewhat of a competition between the two of them. And they'd get into these big arguments, and the arguments would
But
escalate.
that's sibling rivalry, though. Who don't do that? And my boys do it. I mean, it was a crazier because it was so much money involved and so much, the power. Once you start growing and you get more powerful, you butt more. Your heads butt more. But that was all the time, and it's something I was used to. But at that time, now look, we're too big for this right now. So it made me more nervous than anybody else because I know the loss. The loss we were going to feel that loss more than anybody else,
Right. Well, from what I understand, also, T had a problem with how flashy Meech was. T was more low key. Meech was the billboards, the world is BMF, the cover of the magazines, the videos, the massive parties with pictures and photos and everything else like that, the starting of the rap label. And T always felt like this is going to end up getting us busted. And there was like a friction between the two of them, between the way they operate. Is that accurate?
Yeah, because, when I met T was very quiet, very introverted. Yeah. He didn't drink, he didn't smoke, he didn't do any of it.
Mom, Dad, we have something to tell you.
You have a twin brother we never told you about.
I'm sorry.
Left him in America.
I always knew there was something missing. And that was Other David. You called him Other David.
No, if there's two Davids, one has to be Other David.
Look at those two. Oh, is that me? Yeah.
No, that's his eyes.
No, that's his David. Other David. Mum? I don't know. Anyway, where is he?
That, and so he didn't like all that flashy stuff. Not just because of that. Even when I met him, he didn't like all that flashy stuff. He just wasn't into it. And he liked to be more, he was just like a homebody. Like, I just want to make this money and go home, take care of you, take care of my kids, take care of your kids, and this is what we're going to do. He didn't like all that. He liked to see his money stack. He liked looking at it, he liked putting it on himself. spending on him and spending on the people he loved. You know, he didn't like all that going to the strip club and throwing all the money away and stuff like that. He thought that was crazy, you know, and he would always complain about that. So, I mean, they're two different people, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it kind of bothered him. It worried him a lot.
Right. And I guess at one point there was a trip to DR where they went to go party with Puffy, where some argument happened, and then after that, you know, they went back to Dallas and they split the crew up, where basically it was Big Meech had BMF and T had 263.
I don't know. I don't know about that. That's
Don't know
kind
about
of
that, okay.
that. I mean, we did go on a trip like that, but I think people that they weren't even there. It was me, Meech and his girlfriend, and me and T and Puffy and all his people. So people, they tell these stories that they assume will happen, but that didn't happen there. We had that trip was a good trip, nice trip. We had fun. Everybody came home. They went their separate ways. It didn't happen there. You know, it was building up, but that trip was a great trip.
Got it. Okay. So by 2002, BMF became one of the biggest sellers of cocaine in America, essentially. They were like the Costco of drug distribution, essentially.
I was like, whew. One day I was like, who the fuck we working for now? Because it was so much money, so much, and really fast. You know,
and this was the El Chapo Connect. That was
I don't know who that connect was. I can't even tell you. At that time, I wasn't involved in it, so I don't know who the connect was. I don't know who it was. I just know that it was massive, you know, and that's all I know. I don't know faces. I don't know any of that. I was out of touch with that. Me and T did everything together. You know, but that part, he was like, after he got that connect from me and he grew, he had always told me, like, once I get on, you ain't gonna ever have to do this again. You ain't gonna never have to look back. You ain't gonna never have to do this. I had been doing it for so long. You know, it was always, you know, that people don't understand. You know, it's a hard life. You always gotta, you know, a lot of sleepless nights. You know, you can't sleep. The connect then come pick up the drugs or the money. You still got it. Can't sleep. You walking from window. You don't know if they coming, the police coming, the people coming. It was just a hard life. You know, when I look back on it, I don't even know how I did it, how I went through it. You know, it was times that I had millions of dollars in my basement, you know, for weeks and wondering like, damn, where they at? Did they get caught up? You don't know if to call, you don't know what to do. That life, you know, was hard. You know, even though I went through it, like I said, I was younger, I had the nerves of steel, but it was a hard life, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I bet. Well, because at one point you guys started the car company, Oracle Motorsports.
Yeah, I started a car company before that, though. Me and my dad started.
Oh, okay.
That's the car company that they mentioned in Stars and at the season 8. That was me and my dad's car company. Then we moved to California. We started another car company.
Got it. And that was essentially a drug front and a money laundering organization.
I really wanted that company to be legitimate. I really ran it like a legitimate company. We even went out and got loans for the company. That's how legitimate I wanted it to be. I didn't want any of that in it. You know, I wanted to learn the business. I wanted to do the business. I wanted to have, you know, do everything by the book. But unfortunately, when you in that life, they make it seem like everything that you do, some kind of money you got from here came from drug proceeds, even if it's a wheel or tire, anything that they can connect to it, it becomes a part of that life.
Got it. Okay. So then 2003 rolls around and BMF essentially explodes. Atlanta becomes kind of like the hub.
Yeah.
You know, for the drug distribution, and Big Meech sets up in Atlanta, and it's basically becomes, it's crazy, you know, like right around 2004, which was, you know, right around the time that BMF flew me out as a DJ, as DJ Vlad, to just go party with them because they're trying to launch their label. And I'm looking around, and it's like nothing I've ever seen. There was billboards that say the world is BMF's. There's parties with BMF ice sculptures, and they're giving out Cristal bottles like they're flyers. Like that was the first time I got to drink Cristal. And I think things were going well, but right around that time, that's when Wolf, who was Puffy's bodyguard, ends up getting into it with Meech in Atlanta over a stripper. And they go outside, a shootout happens, and Wolf and Rizzo gets killed. Meech gets shot. And I remember that's when I was there because Meech was on house arrest. He had the ankle monitor on. I was at Meech's house, with his mom. They were cooking dinner and everyone's hanging out. And everyone had free Meech shirts on and so forth. Ultimately the charges were dropped against BMF. But I felt like that was the moment when it was all on the radar. Suddenly, everyone's looking at the situation because now there's two bodies. Was that a turning point in BMF from your point of view?
I think so. Because you got two bodies now, and I think when you think of mafias, you think of, I was just watching Goodfellas and all them the other day, and you see all the killings and everything that's going on in it. And me and T always said that as long as, you don't start killing people and doing all that, we probably get a long way. But when you start bringing all the killings in, and that's when the radar, what are you going to do? It does and you have these two high profile people that got killed that day, which was very unfortunate. I knew the young lady who they got into it with, and I wouldn't say she was a stripper. And I think Wolf was really in love with her. We all just had a trip together overseas. We were all in Marrakesh. And so, he was in his feelings about that. It was his girl. And that's why I think men should speak up and say, when that's your girl, say that's your girl, so other people know that's off limits. And whatever it is, I think that they should have knew that was off limits. And you got a lot of emotions in it. You got drugs in it. You got alcohol. And it just, unfortunately that happened. And at the end of the day, I thought we all were friends, It was a sad situation. Very sad.
Oh yeah, no, I had heard from people that were there that they were begging Wolf to just chill out. It's not a big deal. Like this is, just come in, have a drink. It's not worth escalating. Like they didn't want to get into it with him that. But then I think when they went outside, he was sitting on one of their cars and he pulled out on them and started shooting at them first, and they returned fire, and then
very emotional.
You end up with two people dead.
Two people dead. Yeah.
And then there was a series of violent incidents where BMF was kind of tied into it. I guess there was a situation at the Velvet Room where there's a guy named Prince who got killed by this guy named Fleming Ill Daniels. I guess they had backed up a car and they ended up, bumping into his car, and then argument happened, a warning shot went off, and then the guy who did the warning shot ends up getting killed.
Yeah. See, I was very out of touch with that. Like I said, I was in LA. I was taking care of my children. I was trying to legitimize my life. I've always wanted, okay, this is enough. This is too much. Let's just stop all this, because it was getting too out of hand. It was when you have so many people, you can't even, you don't even know who half these people are. So you feel, these things are going to happen because people tend to want to prove themselves. They want to do something. And when it's too many people.
Business taxes was all consuming. Now business taxes is having a TurboTax expert who handles your taxes for you with year-round advice at no extra cost. Now this is taxes.
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. Go to netcredit.com. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
People, you can't control everybody. It's too many. It's too much. Too many. You don't know what everybody's going to do. You can't handle everybody, you know? So I don't even really know that situation, but to me, I wanted to stay away from it.
Right. Because then there was a situation where, these two guys, Shane and Kelsey Brown, they were nephews of Bobby Brown. They got stabbed in the neck with an ice pick by this guy, Baby Blue, who was Blue Da Vinci's younger brother.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yeah, it was just like a domino effect of things.
A domino
happening.
effect, yeah.
Yeah. And it was just very unfortunate. It was just happening, some out of control. But that's why I say when you start growing, you get all this money, you get, people getting their egos, and you got drugs involved, people taking drugs, all this alcohol, those things happen,
Yeah. Right. Because they're saying right around that time, BMF was making about $20 million a week.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
I mean, I believe it. Based on what I saw,
yeah. I mean, it wasn't anything like like you look back, it's not to glamorize it, but pretty much did what we wanted to do. It was, you could do what you wanted to do. If you wanted to jump on a jet, go to the store, buy what you wanted to buy. And, that took a lot of money. And then you don't realize how much money it is. You're accessible to it, but you don't know until when they start getting raids and stuff and they're telling you what they're finding, what they're coming up with, and what you're realizing the money you have around your house and you have on you is a lot.
Yeah. Well, at one point, Jacob the jeweler got dragged into this whole situation as well. I guess Southwest T had bought a bunch of jewelry from Jacob. And then I remember I read the book about this, and you can kind of correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess he was driving someplace. He got pulled over. They confiscated all this jewelry, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And instead of saying, okay, we'll just take this loss, Jacob tried to get the jewelry back. And when they looked into the jewelry, because I guess you have to, when you spend a certain amount of money, it has to be registered with the government, right?
Right.
And I guess Jacob wasn't registering these jewelry sales. He was just doing it somewhat under the table. So in the process of trying to get this jewelry back from the feds, now they start investigating Jacob, and now he's dragged into the whole conspiracy aspect.
I think he was dragged into it. I don't think Jacob was, aware of what. So, I mean, people hear about it, but just like a lot of people, they thinking like you doing this music, you're doing this, you're promoting. I'll say here it's very unfortunate to what happened to him. He was kind of dragged into it also, I don't know if he was paying his taxes. I don't know if he wasn't, I just know he got indicted later on in indictment, and he ended up doing some time.
Right. Because I guess it was $4 million worth of jewelry that got confiscated. $4 million.
Terry's very high end. He was like, that's what I said, when he bought things for himself or people he loved, or myself or me, it was really top, whatever it is. I don't want to see a spot in a diamond. What is that? VVS, clear, everything, 101 watches. He was a collector of all those things. And so it was so when they took his jewelry, it was, probably the number you're saying is probably correct. I can believe that.
Right. Because I guess Terry tried to say that the jewelry belonged to Damon Thomas, who I guess was Kim Kardashian's husband at the time. Damon Thomas went along with it and said, yes, that's my jewelry.
Yes.
Which got him tied into the whole BMF thing.
Yes. And then he turned around. Actually, he turned Terry on to Jacob. So they were all going back that way. He turned around and Toe started telling on Terry. So I got the grand jury papers and all that. He's the indictment. I got all his testimonies. He turned around and told on Jacob and told on Terry.
The Kim Kardashian connection to BMF.
Yeah.
Well, a lot
Poor
of people
Damon.
don't know.
Like when me and Damon were friends before all of this. And I was telling Damon, Damon used to come by the house and we used to hang out. Like, Damon, this is not the life for you. Don't do it. Cause like you say, it's just like you talk to people, you get a feel for people. This is not your lifestyle. You might not want to get involved in this. It's because if something happened, you can't take this heat. And, so that's, I don't even blame them because he shouldn't even have been around. He should have stuck to what he did, music, So it's a lot of people that got dragged into something that they wasn't built for. Like I was in it since I've been 19. So I knew I became built for it. I knew what could happen. I seen things. I seen a lot of things, But you had these people who just had this greed and want to be a part of this life and want to jump in it. And they don't even know what this takes. And when the heat comes, you can't stand the heat.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's exactly how I felt when I partied with BMF.
Yeah.
It was like, I'm looking around going like, okay, it's obvious what's happening here. Like from my point of view, white kid from the suburbs, it's totally obvious that this is not music money.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like no records are being sold. There's no hit singles. Like
No.
Clearly this is all drug money. And as much as it was fun to hang out with these guys, and I was really broke at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I don't want to be caught when everything goes bad.
Right.
And, I have to wear a wire and I'm going to be facing years just for affiliation. I said, I'll just politely separate myself.
Separate yourself.
And go back to doing my music thing. And sure enough, what I thought would happen would ultimately, unfortunately, did happen. But I was completely separated from it because I knew that I wasn't built for this game.
Yeah.
Like, it was too much for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the money wasn't going to be worth it for me. So, okay. So essentially these dominoes are falling. People are getting killed. People are getting busted. Millions of dollars of jewelry is getting confiscated. The feds had actually been investigating, for 2 years. I guess there was a special force called Operation Motor City Mafia.
I didn't hear about that.
You didn't hear about that?
That's new. You're telling me something. Okay.
Operation Motor City Mafia was a special DEA, a special division that has started essentially putting all this together. And there was wiretaps everywhere. And Southwest T was caught on a lot of wiretaps. I remember there was an interview that Cavario did with Big Meech from prison. And the one thing that Meech said was that Terry was just in love with the phone.
I listened to those wiretaps too, but I mean, but if you are an investigator, you can say what you want to say that certain things meant, like one time we were talking about something and it totally didn't mean what they said it meant. So I didn't hear anything that he, maybe I missed that part. Maybe I didn't hear it in the tape. So maybe I don't know because that's not my job to know that part, what they're picking and saying. But I didn't see, it was one conversation where he was saying about his brother being, out of control. And everybody makes a big deal out of that. But I don't think he didn't do it to, to put us and nobody else in harm. He was just like, bending, like, look, we're getting out of control. He felt it. He felt the energy. He's getting pulled over. He's hearing things. People are getting totally busted. So yeah, that conversation, but a lot of other conversations. Yeah. And then, yeah, a lot of times I would be like, get off the phone. I'm not like a phone person like that. And he was like always on it, but I think he was just in general talking. It was a time where they said that the prosecutor said that I warned him about a phone. I don't know if you heard that part, in which I did because I could hear it in the phone. And that's when she said, well, she knew everything because she was always doing this and she was always, but I could hear it in the phone. And I was like, well, where are you? And he said where it was at. And I said, well, roll down the window and throw that bitch out. And he didn't do it. He held on to that phone. And that was kind of.
Yeah. Well, I guess one of the wiretaps, I guess Southwest T was talking to his sister.
Mm-hmm.
She's a Hertz Gold Plus Rewards member, so no waiting in line at the counter for her.
That means she's able to pick any car she wants.
Skip the line and get right to your destination. That's why you go with Hertz.
About Meech. And he said, my brother better knock it off before he gets knocked off.
No. You think that, and I don't even know why people picked that. He's not saying he would knock him off or nobody else would knock him off. He probably was talking about the government or something. Terry loves his brother. They love each other no matter what nobody say. You know, people say, oh, he was going to kill his brother. That's stupid. That's ridiculous. You know, like, why would he out of the whole time he was in the streets, he's never killed anyone, never, you know, people running off, people doing this and people doing that. He wasn't that type of person, let alone kill people, that I'm going to kill my brother. It's crazy. It was a crazy thought. I think he was just venting. And I know he was venting. And he was just like, yeah, I can't control him. Maybe you can control him. You know, why? And you talking to people that really don't care, because if they cared, they would be like, okay, let me figure this out. You know, even my mom was trying to figure it out. Like, hey, what are y'all doing? You know, so that you have so many people that didn't care because I'm why y'all not talking? I can come over here and get money from here and I can go and nobody would know the difference. Somebody even told me that I'm getting more money like this. And their family, I'm getting more money like this. But in the meantime, this is hurting us. This is hurting the people that's involved, you know?
Right. I mean, in terms of hurting people that's involved, at one point, your son, your firstborn, Marlon, he ends up getting into drug dealing. And then Southwest T kind of pulls him into BMF in a way.
Yeah. But either way, he was going to do it on his own. My son, I think, you know, just like he always grew up in a life. You're talking about something he grew up in. And that, you know, most times what your kids see, they most times they follow. If I was a doctor, they might have been a doctor. If I was a lawyer, they might. But here I am. I'm a drug dealer mother. So my kids followed me. In statistics wise, they say that's what happened. But not only that he followed me, I had 2 nephews that followed me. I had a cousin that followed me and a young boy that was my son's best friend. That was my neighbor that was at my house every day that followed me. So when I went to prison, I took 5 people to prison with me, you know, so that's when they say that, talk about who I am and what I should be or anything like that. 5 people in my family that I was responsible for, and that I had to walk that prison yard and hold that regret and live in shame because I led 5 people to prison. Even though I apologize deeply to them, they always say it's not your fault, but I had to feel that. My soul had to feel that.
Right, because then by 2005, that's when the feds pretty much lined up their cases, and then that's when the raids started to happen. 30 BMF members were arrested in a relatively short period of time. Stash houses everywhere were raided. $3 million in cash was seized. Southwest T and Big Meech were both arrested. The feds claimed that the BMF was moving 2,500 kilos of cocaine a month throughout the U.S. And then they had a network of 25,000 people that were either BMF members or associates or so forth.
How many members?
I'm sorry?
How many members?
They said in terms of members and associates, 25,000.
Who said that?
The feds say.
That's what the Fed. You read that somewhere?
I read that. Yeah.
But they only arrested. What? How many did indicted and went to prison?
I mean, originally it was 30. I mean, by the time
I was in the first indictment.
Yeah, by the time the dust settled, I think it was closer maybe to 100.
200, yeah.
200, yeah. Yeah, there you go. But it was a mess. Your son gets indicted. And then the feds raid your house.
No, they raided me first. I was in the first 30. I was in the first 30.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, sorry.
I was one of the first women that was indicted. I was in the first 30 in indictment. So while T and Meech were already in county in the holdup, they came and raided everybody. They came to the house and raided me and got me.
Okay. Did you know that Meech and Terry were already arrested by the time they raided you?
Yeah, they had been arrested, I think probably prior like a week or two. And we were trying to fight to get them out. But talking to the attorneys, they knew, one of the attorneys that I had hired, he was telling me that this is weird, that they're not giving him a bond. Something's about to go down. And so.
Well, and this is one of the questions that were brought up, I think, when Cavario interviewed Meech was, everyone knew this was probably coming, right? Like people are getting killed, arrests are coming in, there's wiretaps, there's this and that. You guys are sitting on millions and millions of dollars. Was there a conversation between you and Terry of like, hey, listen, let's just go somewhere where there's no extradition with the US. Let's just take our millions, take our family, and then just get out of here because we know what's going to come. Well, and when it does come, it's going to be ugly.
Yeah, I think we had those talks, but we didn't talk about running or doing anything like that. But at the time, you're thinking that, okay, let's just sit back. We're going to sit back. We're not going to make no movements. We're not going to do anything. So I was hoping that it would kind of, because we don't have these scares before, especially me and Terry. We don't have a scare before. And what we did, we just laid low for a while. And it kind of went away. And it was, that was when I was involved. I was living in Detroit. I was in Southfield. And we laid low for a minute. And it kind of just like, okay, went away. So you thinking if you pull back again, that's what happened. But I knew that it was too big for this. I'm like, it's just not us now. I don't know what everybody else is doing. So only thing I was thinking was that I hadn't sold drugs in a while, that I wasn't really involved. I was trying to always cover myself to stay out of it, I made it out of the life. Like I said, I've been in that life for a long time. I thought I made it out of the life. But what people don't understand is, or what a lot of people don't understand, they taking everybody now. The girlfriends going, the kids going, everybody can go. And a lot of these girls, they don't even know that anytime you spend anything, you sign for anything, that puts you involved. When you're sleeping with that person, it puts you involved. And I guess I thought, same thing like with Harold, that I was going to skate through. But once my son and my nephews got indicted, who I raised, I understood. I said, you know what? I did go in prison angry. But when I thought about it, I skate, even if I didn't do anything in BMF life, I was the start of that. I handed them these drugs. So if I didn't get caught for that, I did do something all through my life. So I had to take responsibility, even that my kids were involved. My nephews were my kids. I raised them. So they were involved. So I had to go to prison if I hadn't sold nothing in 2000 because I'm just as responsible.
Right. Because when you get arrested, you were facing a minimum of 10 years to life in prison. Your son gets arrested. He's facing up to 15 years.
No, he was facing up to the same. He was facing up to 20 years.
Okay.
Everybody was facing a minimum of 20 years.
Right. So, you have to sit here as a relatively young person and say life. You have to get your head around that. And you have to deal with your son dealing with something similar. You have kids, you have a younger son, from Harold, who is still a minor at this point.
He's a minor.
You have, it's really a mess.
Really?
That's happening. And then in 2007, Meech and Terry, they pled guilty to running a continuing criminal enterprise. They took 30 years each. You ended up pleading guilty and getting 7 years.
Well, I pleaded to 7, but what happened was when I went to court to plea and get my sentence accepted by the judge changed it. The judge said he didn't feel that that I did in this time enough to accept that plea. He said, I'm not going to accept that plea. He said, I feel like you were a victim to your circumstances, all the abuse. I mean, it's public record that he said, you know what? Because I think it's the burning bed syndrome. I can't think of what that law was. He gave me a extra time off of that. I got 18 more months off of that. I ended up being sentenced to 57 months.
Right.
Yeah.
5 years.
5 years. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Your son got 11 to 15 years?
My son.
All right, boys, who we betting on?
The sports book for every kind of player. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
Son got 11 and a half. My nephew got 10. My other nephew got 8. My cousin got 13. And my son's best friend got 8.
Right. Blue Da Vinci got sentenced to 5 years and 4 months in 2008. You end up going to prison and, essentially you got 18 months off your sentence. So you end up doing 30 months. You get out in 2012.
Right.
And at this point, you're broke.
But broke. I had only thing I had, I said, nothing. People had done ransacked, took everything. I had a house. I had said the judge let me keep a house that I had. And because I didn't buy it with the proceeds of that. I ended up buying a house. I said, if I didn't have anything else, I'll have a home to come to when I got out of prison. At least my sons, when he get out of college here, they'll have somewhere to come. And while I was in prison, people who call themselves your friends, they ripped me off. I came home homeless.
Yeah, which is a story I hear all the time with, people in the drug business that I've interviewed. Like Freeway Ricky left a bunch of homes in people's names. And
my home was in my name. They just stole my whole identity. They stole my whole identity.
Yeah.
They didn't care nothing about my life. They didn't care nothing about my son's life, my younger sons. I had 2 younger sons. They didn't care nothing about them. These people I took care of their kids when their mother died. I took care of their mothers, funerals, all kind of things, Took care of them all the way until I went to prison and came home homeless.
Yeah. And like I said, this is always a typical story. Whatever money you leave with people, they'll spend it.
They'll spend it, and they get mad at you. They get mad at you.
And Freeway Ricky, allegedly left a bunch of property in other people's names, and they weren't going to transfer it back once he got out. There's always a reason why they needed it more than him, and ultimately, you got out in the same situation where everything you built up. And had you blown through $50 million? Is that what they said in BET?
That they said 500 million, but I think that
500 million. Okay.
That was exaggerated thought. But I mean, when you look back and I look back at some of the things, it wasn't that. I blew a lot of money though. I'm saying like a fool with money. I'm like, the things that I think about, the things that I had, the things when you look back at it. But I like I said, ill-gotten gains, like it was off of people hardship. So I'm okay. I feel good about my life now. That everything I do now, I work hard for it.
Well, and then in 2020, Southwest T gets out of prison early. due to COVID. And I guess he met up with you and basically apologized for everything that he did, and ultimately you forgave him. How did it feel when you first saw him? You know, because at that point you hadn't seen him for how many years?
15.
15 years. So for the first time in 15 years, the guy that you were close to, that you lived with, that helped take care of your kids, and you started him in the drug business and so forth. And you, I guess you blamed him somewhat for your son going to prison?
It wasn't just my son. It was just so much. It was other things that, when you get into a relationship, and we made each other promises that we wouldn't do to each other. And he broke a lot of those promises. So it wasn't just really my son. It was just a lot of different things that could have happened that shouldn't have happened. That, I just thought that my life would have been set up differently. We always had plans. Well, if something happened, when I came into his life, I felt like I made sure your kids was good. I told him, it was no insecurities that I had at all. I wanted his family to have what I had. That's why I started helping him. He wanted to help his mother. He wanted to, okay, I'm gonna help you so you can help your mother. You need to get your kids out of their grandma's house. They need to go to this. They need to do this. And it was just so much that I was blind. I was so blindsided by the time I got to prison and listening to all these wiretaps. And that's why that I was mad, because you would do somebody like, I felt like he did me so wrong, not in just about my son, just the whole thing that we made promises no matter what. I felt like you were my friend. You somebody I told my deepest secrets to, and that trust was just so, when I was listening to the tapes and listening to people, and I was out there by myself and everybody was going against me. Everybody was going against me. Even people that I helped was going against me. And I felt like I blamed him for that. I felt he didn't protect me.
Yeah. Well, the two of you ultimately worked it out. He actually showed up on your
yeah. That was surprising. I didn't even know he was going to do that. And that made me feel good, because like I said, a lot of people thought that I was there for the ride, but
yeah.
I wasn't there for the ride.
Yeah. Your son Marlon gets out of prison as well.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, as you're doing now, you start with the rebuilding process, a legitimate rebuilding process in terms of what you're doing. I interviewed Dexter Sosa Hussey, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And I guess in the interview, he had said some things about you that you want to address.
Yeah, he said some things like I brought down the organization. He was one of the ones that said I was along for the ride, that I was a rat. Like, Dexter, you don't even know me. I couldn't have been along for the ride. When I met all of them, I was already made in my level. I had money. I put them on. I came on. I didn't come for the ride. I was an asset. I wasn't no liability. I felt like you, just because I looked at Dexter like, you were nobody to me. I didn't even want to, me and him didn't even have a conversation. When Dexter got out, I think Dexter did less than me because he was a driver. I always looked at Dexter as just somebody from the neighborhood they hired to be a driver. He lived in his mother's home. But to blame me for all of that, like, I'm a woman. Why do you need to blame me? Why did you feel like you need to bully me? He told me, I did have a conversation with him. I'm like, what is this all about? You want to sue? He wanted to sue me for using the name. I started when I came home from prison. I got a deal to do a show. I don't know if you've seen that.
No,
BMF Wives.
The Trap Queens one.
No, when I came home in 2012, I ended up shopping around and doing a deal. It wasn't supposed to be BMF Wives, but it came out to be BMF Wives. And and he was telling me I was going to have to take care of his niece. And I'm like, why am I going to have to take care of your niece? I'm coming home. So I'm rebuilding. You take care of your niece. She got a daddy. She got a mama. She got a grandmama. In fact, she got 2 grandmas. She's not even my blood. Why do I mean, she's a nice young woman, but why did he feel like I had to take care of her? I had my own family to take care of. You know, I'm out here trying to grind myself. And everything that I was doing, Dexter, from the family to everybody else, was just bumping my head. I came home from prison. I had a deal with a television network. I called the people that I thought was involved. I said, hey, Meech, I got this deal. What girl you want to bring onto the show? Hey, Wayne, you know, the top people that I thought that would make the show be good. And in doing this show, everybody was just like, oh, who she thinks she is, what's she doing? You know, I don't know if you heard the story about Tammy Cowins.
I haven't.
Okay.
You can explain it.
I'm explaining the story. Tammy Cowins is now the executive producer of the BMF show, the BMF Star Show. She has Meech rights. I was doing this show, so when T was locked up, T asked me to call her. I blindly called her, and she just immediately went off on me. Like, what the hell? You know, I'm on probation. By this time, it's like 13, 14. And the next day after that conversation, I get called down to my probation officer. I'm looking at my young son because this has never happened to me. I've been on probation a couple of years.
Dick's Sporting Goods believes that sport has the power to change lives. It's happened here for decades. Here in Miami, we have seen the power of sport time and time again. And now, Dick's is opening the completely reimagined Dick's House of Sport. New experiences, new services, a new destination for sport right here in our town. It's a grand opening unlike any other. It is time.
Years now, like, what's going on? So I told my youngest son, when I called him, I said, hey, come over here. I got my probation officer called me. I got to go turn myself in. Not turn myself in. I said, I got to go see her. And he said, what's going on? I said, I don't know. She told me she's giving me an hour to get there. I get down to my probation officer, my son in the car. I said, if I don't come out in a couple of hours, call the lawyer. I get in there. Tammy Cowins is a government informant. So she says, my probation officer is sitting there and some other guy. I can't remember his name, but I just knew he was part of the DEA. And he had that come in, I go in, I'm like, fuck, you know, this is everybody's nightmare. I already did my time. Only thing I wanted to come home and do is take care of myself, take care of my family, make amends for my mother, redeem myself through, you know, the world or anybody that I felt like I affected. So they told me, and he says, you know what this is about? And I said, no. He said, well, you threatened a government informant, and that's a federal offense. And it's a violation of your probation. And I said, well, who did I threaten? I don't know what you're talking about. So he go over the story, and I'm sitting there, and I'm telling you, I've heard of people killing themselves not to go back to prison. I went to prison, man. I went to prison. When I say I came home, and all these people were going at my head, all these people I helped, all these people, I'm a mother. I was somebody's daughter. I lost my father, lost my mother. You know, I was somebody's daughter. And here you are. You didn't put in no work. No work. All you did is start writing a man. And this man befriended you, gave you his life rights. And just because you've been a government informant since 2008, you have the right to tell them that I threatened you. I went on, they told me that they were gonna arrest me. They were gonna charge me. I'm in there, I'm hyperventilating. I'm in this little room with, you know, they shut the door. It's no knob on. this side, because if you wanted to run, you couldn't get out. They're talking to me. I'm had to, I'm like, I'm just like fear. Fear had set through my body. I couldn't, like, I'm going to prison. This woman is finished to take my life away from me. Take my whole life. I did my time. Out of them 200 people came. None of them said I'm on their paperwork. I did my time. I came home broke. I lost everything I had before I even went to prison, even before I met these two, Terry and his brother. So everything I had, everything I gained, I lost. It's okay because of my lifestyle. But who would give a person the right to tell another person to lock me back up because I came home to figure out another way to make money? This been hunting me for years. So eventually this stayed over my head for about a year. My father had stage 4 cancer. I thought I wasn't going, they told me I couldn't go home to visit him. Eventually the case went away because they put it under investigation. She couldn't prove what I did. Prove that I threatened her. And then after that, she has did interviews about me. Like her and Saucer's going at my head. For what reason? I don't even know y'all. Have done multiple interviews about me. Talking about who I am. Like, no, who are you? So I thought that when we were coming here, I know like Blue and they had this big thing on Instagram and going, that conversation was about her. Yes, she's a government informant. Yes, she's been a government informant since 2008. Yes, she tried to get me locked back up. But for my attorney and my probation officer, I didn't lock me back up. But can you imagine the fear that my son had, my mother had, and my dying father had? Because anytime you're in prison, you always think, I just want to make it home to my parents because my parents were older. Just want to make it home to my parents so I can make it right. But for somebody to take your freedom, because I vowed while I was sitting in prison that I vowed to be forgiving to anybody that I hurt, anybody that, got hurt in anything that I was doing. I vowed to give back. That's why I started Silent Heart, give back to the community, help the community. I vowed to help people who's locked up, for these unjust laws. I've helped people come home from prison. I have 3 people come home from prison, working in prison reform. So when a person, just because you have that right, because you making money from the government, it ain't like me or like any other woman. I was in prison with 600 women at a time. I've heard multiple stories. I don't blame those women who got caught up and might have had to take the stand and tell and get a little time so they can run home to get to their kids. But when you have a woman that's like dirtball, piece of shit ass woman that sits there and make money from the government and say, oh, because I'm a government informant, I could take your fucking freedom away from you. Prison is like almost death. You can't go no farther down. It's prison, then it's dying, or it's dying and then prison. So when you do this kind of thing, you fuck up people's life. So when I had this show, here I go again, trying to help everybody around me. This happened. I had to walk away from that. I walked away from that. I had to walk away. My probation officer said, we're going to make a deal with you. We're going to investigate this, but you're going to have to walk away from anything that you got going on with them. So I walked away from, that was a way for me to take care of myself when I came home from prison. Struggle for years. Here it come before the BMF show come. Everybody going at my head. Tammy Cowins again started doing these interviews. I get a book deal. Here they come with this whole story again. What is this? What is this? Why is this woman? I want to know. I want you to put this piece in this because I really want to know. I want her to face me. I want her to face the world like when she put out these interviews for me. I want her to feel like she made me feel when I had to almost go back to prison. I want to know, why did you do that? What could I didn't even know who she was. I used to look her up, because when you're a government informant, you don't have no identity. You don't have a Facebook, you don't have an Instagram, you don't have LinkedIn, you don't have anything. And I was asking people, who is this person? Who is this person? When they did the BMF Stars premiere, I was on Instagram and I seen her for the first time. Nobody had to tell me. I looked at her and I knew it was her. All these people from BMF and everybody, they just all hugged up with this person. Do you know how that make me feel? Like, this is a government informant. I'm y'all 30-something year friend. I don't even have to be a friend. I should have been somebody you respect. You don't have to love me. You don't have to like me. But I don't know nobody that I will put in prison. Nobody. I don't even hate nobody that bad. And then you guys sit around and y'all argue with Blue about who he is or what he did to anybody else. And y'all upholding this piece of shit ass woman, holding her up like she's somebody. So people ought to know that when you going around certain people, you need to realize who you standing next to, who you're getting involved, because really the street code is that we don't do this. We don't do government informants. We don't do rats. I'm sorry. I got a little,
That's okay.
But when you keep trying to take people live like the way that their livelihood, I have to reinvent myself. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I could go get a job to making $30, $40 an hour, what I would need to take care of me. I had to reinvent myself. I had to come up with something. I had to brand myself. I had to work my ass off when everybody at my head, because, you didn't buy me a house. You didn't buy me a car. I ain't nobody Terry bought that stuff for me, or Hero bought that stuff for me, or I hustled myself. So you got to do it to yourself. But when it came to, did I give you money? Did I take care? Did I look out for you? Did I make sure your kids they got out of their mama house, went to private school, and I said, oh, get them a house. And how dare you say you hate me? You don't even know me. How dare you hate me enough to put me back in, to get me back in, to put me back in somewhere where you feel, take my life away, take my freedom away, or somebody to take my livelihood. I'm not even messing with none of these people. I'm so far away from these people. Why would somebody do that? So yeah, so I went back to her and Salsa. I don't even know y'all like that. Salsa, you get on my new show and I'm the best person in the world. Why are you jumping around? What are you doing? You're a grown man. You're a 50-something-year-old man. Why are you doing this? You wanted to sue me. You tore down my reputation. That every day these people that's watching your segment, that I had to be, getting all on my Instagram, my Facebook, talking about me. I didn't sign up for that. What I signed up for was I fell in love with somebody and I signed up to help that person, and me and that person build together. And I'm being nobody else's business. I come home, I take care of me. And that was the first thing I had to do. I knew I had to rebuild my life and take care of me. And when my sons and my nephews come home, that I can rebuild with them. We can rebuild as a family. My nephew, the one that did 8 years, he come home still trying to be loyal and lost his life. All this. So my life hasn't been easy for people to do the things that they do. So while they sitting there being mad, why I'm doing too much, why the fuck they doing too little? They should be doing the same thing I'm doing. I don't have time to take care of nobody. I have to every day think about how I'm gonna take care of Tony. Ain't nobody taking care of me. I have to figure that out. So everybody else have to figure it out and stop blaming me for the bullshit.
There you have it. Tanisa Welch, I appreciate you sharing your story.
Let's see, go tell.
We gave you a chance to respond to whatever issues you had with previous interviews that we had, that we've done. I feel that, when you look at your story as a whole, I really feel like you took responsibility for everything that happened, and you're not painting yourself as a victim. That even though what you went to prison for may not have been what you did for what they charged you with, you mentioned you had done so much other stuff along the way that ultimately it was fair in your eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I also see like a sense of regret for the damage that you did, in terms of the drugs being pushed in your neighborhood, and, the people you knew and possibly family members who got addicted in the process of you trying to make money. And, I feel like, it really kind of humanized you in the way that you kind of laid everything out, because we all make bad decisions. A lot of us dabbled in drug dealing at different levels, and that doesn't necessarily make us bad people. You know what I'm saying? It was just something to do with the time, and you don't really realize the whole scope of everything that you're doing. But, ultimately you took the whole thing as an adult. You learn from your mistakes. You change your life around, and, you get to see your story play out in terms of the domestic abuse and everything else like that in like Trap Queens and in this interview. And I think that ultimately people watching this will learn from some of the mistakes you made. And, the girl who's dating the drug dealer who thinks that it's all going to be great and they're all going to run off in the sunset at the end and they're all going to retire at some big island somewhere.
No,
it doesn't really work that way.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. It involves a lot of prison time. It involves murder a lot of times. It involves a lot of loss. It involves overdoses. It involves, falling out and then going broke.
Yeah, falling out. And then, like I said, only thing I wanted to come home and do is make amends and do, like I said, I walked the yard for 3 years. And it's like, damn, what was I really thinking? You think you mature, you think somewhere I kind of lost this sense of reality, and then God just, he put me in the middle of the desert, and I had to reflect on my whole life, I just want to apologize for really going off at the end, because really when I think about that, because it's really still affecting my life. And when you tell God and you tell your family that I'm going to change my life and this is what I'm going to do, don't come in and try to affect my life. There
you have it.
Yeah.
There you have it. Tanisa, appreciate you coming in. Wish all
Thank
the
you.
best for you. And I think that your story is just beginning. I think I'm going to see a lot more for you.
I think so. Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's what it is.
Cut.
Take care. Peace.
Peace.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi, I'm Ronnie, and I teach people all over the world how to dance with their dogs on my website. I was searching for a platform where I can really manage my business, and I found that in Weeks. I'm so passionate about dogs and dog dance. It's the most amazing sport in the world, and the fact that in such a short time I was able to build my own business and reach so many people, that's something that makes me super proud.